Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is June 2nd, 2026 at 4:30 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader. Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Overton.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
there are no changes to tonight's work session agenda. Move we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. First up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
there are no items being moved from the consent agenda. I ask that we approve the consent agenda as published with mayor to sign and the clerk to attest.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll move on to department reports. Our first item up is a Public Works proclamation. So if Lorelei would like to meet me at the podium. So council, we are back to that time of year where we get to celebrate our Public Works team and with Public Works Week. So I will go ahead and read this proclamation, Lorelei, then give you the podium to speak all wonderful things about Public Works. Only wonderful things, okay?
That's all we do.
Okay. Whereas the city of Meridian residents have peace of mind with every faucet turned on, shower taken, and toilet flushed, thanks to the professional employees of the Meridian Public Works team. And whereas each often unseen essential worker, engineer, inspector, operator, technician is committed to protecting our health, safety, environment, and quality of life through the 24/7 supply and distribution of clean, safe water, efficient collection and treatment of wastewater, and management of solid waste. And whereas the Meridian Public Works Department educates the community about their essential role in infrastructure maintenance and service through informative and engaging public outreach. And whereas the theme for the 2026 National Public Works Week, Rooted in Service, Powered by Community, acknowledge that the roots of service run deep in public works and reminds us that every project, seen or unseen, powers the connection between service and the people it supports. And whereas the city of Meridian hosts a Public Works Week Expo that is a free, family-friendly event that features exhibits, demonstrations, and educational activities providing a chance for the community to learn about the department's services, including water and wastewater management, environmental programs, recycling, and trash collection and disposal. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, proclaim the week of May 31st through June 6, 2026 as Meridian Public Works Week in the city of Meridian and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with and to recognize the substantial contributions which Public Works employees make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Day the second day of June, 2026. So on behalf of myself and City Council, I'd like to present this to you and your team and turn the mic over to you.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, and a little awkward facing forward backwards, but did want to make sure to thank the Mayor and Council for their continued support of Public Works. We try to stay out of the news. We try to stay unseen, unheard, but I always like to tell our staff what we do is something that the citizens of Meridian use every single day of the year, and that is not something that very many other departments can claim. So very proud of our staff for the work they do every day, day in and day out in the emergency times, and then also just the day-to-day operations. But as the mayor mentioned, I would like to invite everybody to our Public Works Week Expo, which is on Thursday from 4 to 7 p.m. A very cool event, family-friendly, lots of exhibits for kids to learn about what Public Works does for our community and the environment.
Thank you, Laurel. I appreciate it very much, and the entire team. I'm sorry I abandoned you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 10, which is the Idaho Humane Society presentation. Chief Pastor Che, any introductory comments from yourself? It's not necessary, just didn't know.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Doctor, invite you up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Simison, members of the Meridian City Council and city staff. My name is Jeff Rosenthal, Chief Executive Officer of the Idaho Humane Society. We also have with us today much of our leadership team, Leanne Gilbert, our Chief Financial Officer, Craig Nixon, our Director of Animal Control Services. We have our Chief Operating Officer, Chris Schaefer, and even a surprise guest, Andrea Williams, our Assistant Director of Animal Control, showed up. We appreciate the city of Meridian's partnership and commitment. Our shared goal is to protect public safety, promote responsible pet ownership, safeguard animal welfare, and provide responsive service to a growing community. And as Meridian continues to grow, so will the demand for animal care and control services. The Idaho Humane Society remains committed to delivering professional, efficient, and compassionate services while maintaining strong accountability for public funds. So we're going to provide the review of prior and current fiscal year performance, discuss service trends and operational outcomes within Meridian, and present our proposed fiscal year 2027 budget request. Let's see, I guess I'm in control of this. There we go. Idaho Humane Society continues to deliver meaningful results for both animals and residents in Ada County. During the past year, the organization helped save 10,269 pets, achieving a 95% save rate for both dogs and cats. And by the way, since the media is here, I just want to note that this was the first year that Idaho has ever achieved from national organizations recognition that we are now a no-kill state, which means the aggregate save rate for animals in animal shelters in the state of Idaho is above 90%, which means we are no longer euthanizing adoptable animals in the state. That's a distinction that unfortunately is not shared by some of our neighbors, including Washington, Oregon, and definitely not California, and definitely not Utah. So we're doing a very good job in sheltering, although we don't always get credit for being a positive state in those regards. A critical component of our work is reuniting lost pets with their families, and over the past year, 1,410 pets were returned home, reducing the burden on shelter resources and sparing families the stress and uncertainty of losing a beloved companion. Preventing pet overpopulation remains a cornerstone of our long-term community animal welfare efforts, and nearly 9,900 pets were spayed or neutered this year, helping to reduce unwanted litters, shelter intake, and future demands on animal control services. It's all linked. Beyond sheltering and enforcement, the organization serves as an important community resource through no taxpayer funding. Of course, veterinary care is provided to approximately 12,000 privately owned pets, the majority belonging to low-income families who might otherwise have limited access to care, allowing residents to keep their pets and out of the shelter is important. And economic hardship affects both people and pets. The organization distributed nearly 85,000 pounds of pet food to financially challenged families and Meals on Wheels recipients, allowing them to continue to care for their pets. Animal care and control is more than operating a shelter. Our responsibilities include enforcement of local animal ordinances, state animal welfare and cruelty statutes, emergency response services available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and ongoing efforts to promote responsible pet ownership throughout our communities. One of the greatest strengths of the program is not necessarily that Idaho Humane Society is providing these services, but the fact that this is all delivered through a regional system. Idaho Humane Society provides enforcement and sheltering services for every single city in Ada County, as well as unincorporated Ada County, although Garden City currently contracts for just sheltering services. Expanding that partnership into full animal control services remains a future opportunity. The collective approach is what makes the program both sustainable and cost-effective. Each city maintains its own contract, but we operate as a unified system, sharing personnel, facilities, vehicles, dispatch functions, veterinary resources, and shelter infrastructure across all participating jurisdictions. In many cases, it functions like a joint powers agreement. even though the contractual relationships are separate. The model is really important because the majority of animal care and control costs are relatively fixed. The shelter has to be staffed every day. Emergency response must be available around the clock. Veterinary services, facilities, vehicles, and support systems have to be maintained regardless of fluctuations in animal intake. And it takes a big increase in call volume or animals handled to have a significant additional expense incurred. And similarly, modest decreases in activity don't meaningfully reduce costs. So for Meridian and Idaho Humane Society, the most important factor in maintaining affordable and sustainable animal control program long-term is preserving the regional cost-sharing structure, each jurisdiction benefiting from economies of scale that would be difficult or impossible to achieve independently. And it's a lot better for all the residents in Ada County to know there's one place where all the lost pets go instead of multiple. And I believe Meridian in the past, before contracting with us, went through that calculus of what was going to make sense. So animal control services continue to experience strong demand in 2025 in Meridian, responding to 2,381 calls for service, exceeding the 3-year average of 1,857 calls. Through May 15, 2026, officers have already responded to 776 incidents, slightly above the same period in 2025. Animal control personnel handled 1,931 animals during 2025, also above the 3-year average of 1,843 animals. Of those animals, 1,345 were impounded. Activity levels have remained consistent in 2026 with 637 animals handled and 392 impounded through mid-May, both slightly higher than the same period last year. Enforcement and education remain important components of the program, with officers issuing 473 citations and warnings for animal code violations during 2025. Animal control also helped reunite 256 lost pets in Meridian with their owners during the year, while return to owner numbers through May 2026 are slightly below the same period in 2025. Overall, service demand and field activity appear to be slightly trending upward and demonstrate the ongoing need for responsive and effective animal control services in this community. The volume and nature of calls received provide insight into public safety, animal welfare, and quality of life issues facing our communities. Overall, the call data demonstrate that Meridian residents make extensive use of animal care and control services and face challenges similar to those seen throughout the Treasure Valley. During 2025, again, 2,381 calls originated from City of Meridian, representing nearly a quarter of all the calls received. The largest category of calls involved animal cruelty and neglect investigations, dog-at-large complaints, barking dogs, and reports of injured or deceased animals. Together, these account for the majority of field activity. So animal welfare concerns represent a particularly significant area of service in Meridian. Officers responded to 461 reports involving suspected animal cruelty or neglect. Meridian generated 411 dog-at-large calls and 399 barking dog complaints, demonstrating the importance of proactive enforcement and the ongoing need for education and responsible pet ownership. Public safety calls also comprise a substantial portion of workload in Meridian. Officers responded to 161 attack reports, 62 aggressive animal complaints, and 25 bite investigations. And these calls often require rapid response, detailed investigation, and close coordination with public safety agencies to protect residents while ensuring compliance with local ordinances. Officers responded to 292 calls involving injured or deceased animals, 189 requests for dog pickups, and 39 requests involving cats. In addition, Meridian was unique among contract cities in generating a few calls involving loose livestock, something that used to be much more common earlier in my career with Idaho Humane Society. One notable distinction in Meridian is the high number of extra patrol requests, with 168 calls in this category. This reflects strong community engagement as residents and local agencies proactively seek assistance in addressing ongoing neighborhood concerns before they escalate into larger problems, and most commonly concerns about dogs running loose or potentially running loose in local parks, schoolyards, sporting venues, and events. It's particularly common during the summer when we have kids playing soccer and so forth. We make sure everything's okay before these events. Meridian receives a level of service that's equivalent to that provided in other jurisdictions served by the Idaho Humane Society. For the metric of response time to priority calls for service in Meridian, the average response time was 28.7 minutes, which was faster than Ada County, Boise, Eagle, and Kuna. So that's really good news, because I know a number of years ago, we wrestled with the logistics of the Idaho Humane Society in Boise providing timely response throughout the entire county. And frankly, I think that's a good number. And you have to realize we and no other animal control agency, whether they're government or not, we don't have sirens. We can't stop traffic. We can't speed. We can't violate traffic safety. There's only so fast we should go. Animal control officers issued 19 citations and 222 letters regarding barking dogs and other violations, and 232 education contacts and warnings. And that number demonstrates a balanced approach that emphasizes education and voluntary compliance, which we find to be the most successful and cost-effective approach, while maintaining the ability to enforce local ordinances and statutes when necessary. And I know earlier in my career, we were a very citation-heavy organization, and it just does not work as well when it comes to these issues, in my opinion and experience. So before turning the presentation on the 2027 budget, the numbers, over to Leanne Gilbert, our CFO, I would like to just very briefly mention just two issues. Our Dorman facility, where all the animal care and control functions and municipal sheltering occur at Gowan Field, is now over 30 years old and requires substantial renovation and replacement of systems and improved conditions for sheltered animals and the public that utilize the building. So we're currently contracted with Erstad Architecture, the original designer of the building, to workshop this project, which will be achieved in small stages, increments over time out of budgetary necessity, and also the logistics of keeping a facility that has to be open 365 days a year open while we fix and upgrade systems. We'll look forward to sharing this plan in the near future with council and city staff, including our fundraising campaign. Also, rabbits are probably not a top of mind issue for this council, but a policy change has occurred at IHS, and you may at some point hear from an unhappy constituent that is not happy about rabbits. Intake of feral domestic rabbits increased by 68% in the last year at Idaho Humane Society, and was projected to exceed 1,200 feral rabbit admissions to IHS this year. Self-sustaining domestic species, but now feral for generations, rabbit colonies now exist across the Treasure Valley. The vast majority cannot be adopted as pets. The species reaches reproductive maturity at 3.5 months of age, and a female can produce a litter every single month. So this is a species that is very well adapted to sustaining extremely high mortality rates with no impact on the overall population, which is really dependent on food. And this is an irrigated valley in which we have created a rabbit paradise, including a nice place for us to live. And the impact of disease is the main controlling factor. So it also means that impacting the overall population by spay and neuter or removal is completely ineffectual, as well as extremely expensive. And so we looked across the entire country and Canada to peer organizations and communities where domestic rabbits have similarly become established in the urban and suburban environment. There are hundreds of such communities. We were looking for one success story. We found none. We found lots of money being spent. And so we've sadly been forced to recognize that feral European rabbits, once upon a time, many, many generations ago, were owned as pets, but they're now a permanent feature in the Treasure Valley, most likely, and we're no longer routinely admitting such feral rabbits through animal care and control, the animal care and control shelter. We continue to accept any owned, friendly, adoptable domestic rabbit from the public, as we always have and always will. And we've created a webpage with information on humane coexistence and mitigating the negative impacts of these animals, which frankly, a lot of people in this country live in harmony with. And with that, Ollie, I will turn the presentation over to Leanne Gilberg for the money part of it all. Thank you very much, and I'll stand by for any questions.
Good afternoon. As Dr. Rosenthal said, I am Leanne Gilberg. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the Idaho Humane Society. I'm going to share the numbers of the budget with you. I'm going to try not to get too deep into the weeds. So if you have questions, please ask while we're going through it or at the end. I'll try to keep it somewhat at a 10,000 foot level. As you know, we provide animal care and control services for all of Ada County, with the exception of Garden City. And so when we do the budget, we do it for the whole program, and then we allocate it to the different municipalities to participate. As you can see in the materials that you received, Meridian's population accounted for over 26% of the population that we service. The number of calls serviced by Meridian last year was over about 23%, and the animals handled was just under 20%. So keep those numbers in mind as we talk about the budget allocation. And it comes to it's just right about $5 per capita. So for the budget for fiscal year 27, the total budget for the program is $3.55 million. Of that, just over $3.5 million comes from contract fees from the contracting municipalities. And based on number of calls, number of animals handled, population base, historical allocations, we allocate that out. And the ask for Meridian for fiscal year 27 is $771,474. That equates to 22% of the total pool of fees, and an increase of 3% or $22,470 from last year. Again, this is using consistent allocation methodologies that we have used in the past, and we continue to monitor if anybody has fluctuations, anybody in the pool. You know, are we seeing large increases in population in certain areas? Are we seeing large increases in calls in certain areas? And things have actually remained fairly stable. So in the budget, you can see that we budget to be a break even. So total income equals total expenses. Our total expenses projected for fiscal year 27 is $3.55 million, and that breaks down into two pools of expenses. First, you've got payroll. That accounts for 75% of our operation for animal control. It's a very labor-intensive operation, and that includes your wages, your benefits, taxes, 401k match, health insurance. I mean, we all know health insurance has gone up double digits almost every year for the past 10 years or last 5 years. But the good news is that we are seeing the pressure come off of those wages. So we were able to keep our budget for fiscal year 27 very close to the budget for fiscal year 26, with only a $30,000 overall increase in payroll related costs for fiscal year 27. And we break our payroll, if you're interested in how we do the actual budgeting, the payroll is comprised of 3 different buckets of personnel. You've got animal control personnel. Those are the people that are 100% allocated to the program. It's your officers, your director, your dispatchers, and front desk personnel. Then you've got shelter personnel. Those are the people who service the animals in the back. They're the medical, the facilities, the auxiliary programs. They don't get 100% allocated to the program. They get allocated based on usage, based on number of animals that animal control brings in versus animals that IHS brings in. And then you've got an administrative portion, which is very small, $230,000, because we obviously have HR issues, payroll, accounts payable, accounting support, and leadership and communication costs. So we have a small portion of administrative. This is all consistent with how we've done it for the last many years as I can remember. But bottom line, we're looking at less than a $31,000 increase in payroll related costs for our fiscal year 27 budget. And then the second group of expenses is what we would refer to as our operating expenses. That would be supplies, everything from floor cleaner to vaccines, facilities costs, utilities. We have a lease, repairs and maintenance on vehicles, on the building, on the washers and dryers, computers, laptops for the officers, gas. We all know what gas is doing. Professional services, we have to do an audit every year. We have to file a tax return every year. So all of that factors in, all these costs factor in. Insurance was a huge issue for us the last couple of years, trying to find an insurance company who wanted to insure the animal control program was a bit challenging. It's not a line of insurance that many insurance providers want to cover. We were able to secure a good plan, but it was at a little bit higher cost. So overall, for our operating expenses, we're looking at about a 5.5% increase for the year, which is $47,000. Not bad. And so total expenses for the year, it's about a $78,000 increase is what we're looking at. And so again, Meridian's portion of that is, 22,000, 22% of the total program cost. And if you look at it as for Meridian for just about $2,100 a day, you're getting a team of about 100 people, 365 days a year, who are on call. They're taking care of the animals when we're closed, on holidays, when we're open. They're servicing the public. They're going out in the middle of the night when the officers need assistance, 365 days a year for about $2,100 a day to the cost of the city. And honestly, I mean, I think it's 14 years now I've been doing this, and Meridian came in shortly after I started, and it's been a great partnership. We appreciate Meridian, and we hope that you guys appreciate what we do and see the value in what we're doing. And honestly, we look forward to continuing the partnership. If you have any questions or comments about any of the budget stuff, I'm happy to address them.
Thank you, Lynn. Council, questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, would you mind going back a couple of slides, please?
Mhm.
Thanks. Maybe one more. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. That's helpful. So I just wanted to understand, so it looks like our contract is going up by about 3%, but it looked to me like your total animal control contract amount was going up by like 2.3%.
Very good catch. And I have,
Yeah.
I have an explanation of that.
Okay.
So what happened is last year, I'm budgeting off of our budgeted expenses. And our budgeted expenses last year were higher than what we ended up actually contracting for. Because we ended up in a negotiation with Boise over some vehicle leases, and we allowed them a slight decrease in their fees. And so we're actually going to come up with a budget shortfall this year based on that. But we're budgeting based on the total budget, not what we actually received last year. So
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Got it. So if I'm following, so
our fees last year were actually only 3,405, I think, is what it actually is going to come in at as an actual. But the budget, what you guys seen before, is the 3,429 last year.
mhm.
So if you go from the 3,405 that we actually received for fiscal year 26 to where we're going, it's actually a 3% increase.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. And then how does the increase in City of Meridian's contract compare to our surrounding cities?
Everybody's getting a 3% increase this year.
Okay.
The reason we do that is because, you guys don't like to see a 7% increase one year and a 1% or 2% increase the following year. Nobody likes that. And so by keeping a consistent, as long as there's not outliers, if Eagle or CUNA say they double their call service or something, we're going to have to adjust them. They're going to have to pay a higher increase to get up to their fair share. But right now, everybody's staying fairly consistent with their usage and their population to where we believe that it's equitable to just share the increase equitably across everybody. And we typically do that most years.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Maybe one more. So do you have like maybe a breakdown, it could come after the meeting, but of like what our usage is, if you don't mind pulling that slide up, of our usage over time compared to our surrounding cities, I think that would be helpful.
Well, so if you go back, Madam Councilman, to page 5 and 6, it breaks down by each individual jurisdiction for last year, not historically, but last year. Number of calls, number of reports, number of animals. That is the data for everybody for last year. And we have that for every year. We provide that every year to your offices in January. I'd be happy to send that back over again if you'd like.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
I actually think what would be really helpful for me would be like a different metric, like maybe maybe it's in here and I just didn't see it, but like a cost per capita, like if you have a metric that kind of breaks down our cost as a percentage of our population compared to our surrounding cities, that would be helpful.
I do actually have that.
Okay.
Councilwoman, $5, around 487 last year was Meridian. Everybody ranges in the $4 to $5 range within the county. Everybody's per capita is not exactly the same, and we've talked about doing that, but it would be really hard to get there without making some really big adjustments for some people. I mean, Meridian actually is kind of in a good position, to be honest. When you look at the population and the calls versus the percentage of contract. So we've really tried to keep it, like I said, not hit anybody with, if we really wanted to equal it out, some people would get really hit in a given year or two.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
No, I understand. I think, and that's fine. And I think I would be sympathetic about that. And certainly if you were to move to that kind of a methodology, you could adjust that over time. I wouldn't expect you would have to do that in one single year, but it just occurs to me that it may not be equitable if there are smaller cities that, are not paying their fair share. I just want to understand what
Right,
that landscape
absolutely.
looks like, because you've provided our metrics that we could calculate on our population, but it would be helpful to have it for the other cities as well. If you don't mind following up, I'd like to
Absolutely.
receive that.
I do have cost per capita for the last couple of years that I could send over to you.
Broken down by city. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councilman Taylor.
This is not really a money question. Maybe Jeff might want to answer it too. It's sort of it's curious. Have you been receiving calls about dealing with rats?
Oh, my goodness.
I know it's not pets, but I'm trying to get a sense for how this is sort of, the tentacles of the rats is sort of making its way through the community and what sort of impact that's having on your operations or calls. I just kind of, maybe it's zero, but maybe it's something new.
Councilman, I probably should let our animal control direct people address that, but I can say, to my knowledge, we're not getting a lot of calls about rats. I think we get a lot more calls about rabbits. Because I think people understand that the rats are not really a domestic animal issue. So we're not getting a ton of calls about those at this point. Anything to add to that? Nope. Okay.
If you want to speak, Doctor, if you want to come up and speak from the mic, just so we get it on the record, please.
I would just say that, with cats in the community being such a controversial thing for so many decades for the Idaho Humane Society, Mayor Simison, I think they're a little more appreciated nowadays because I do think that in many cases, these are an important control on this growing problem. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Jeff, before you go too far, can you just back up? I think it's slide 5, and this is just a quick question, explanation on one line item. What is barrister, sheriff's office, city hall, et cetera, line item? Can you explain that?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, this is typically things like court duty, dropping reports off specific to a municipality. A lot of it is court time, those sorts of dispatches.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Dr. Rosenthal, a couple of just quick follow-up questions. And first, thanks. The presentation and getting that to council early is really appreciated. It gives me an opportunity to review the data before I'm hearing about it. So it gives me, I had a laundry list of additional questions that you addressed in this presentation by getting it to us earlier. So I appreciate that. And I think second, I want to commend you on, you guys have a big mission. I know we're only talking about a portion of it today. And I just want to say commend and appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I've basically got just two maybe questions for you. And one kind of dovetailed on what you talked about previous around extra patrols. And that was an outlier that stuck out to me. Can you give me some flavor? Are those extra patrol calls being requested by our residents? Is it being requested by our police department, the sheriff's department? Who's generating that amount of calls from your perspective?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, animal control staff is here to correct me, but we had a discussion about that because it stood out to me as well, because I wasn't quite as aware of how common this was in Meridian. And it's a mixture of all of them, including, I believe, Parks Department, police, and residents. So I think it's an even mix of everyone, and schools in particular, I believe I have that. And then additionally, one of the reasons this doesn't show up in the Boise numbers is that Boise has a specific parks-only animal control team, and all they do, we used to do it, and we decided not to do it after a while. All they do is, for example, patrol the Ridge to Rivers trail system and the parks, and they don't do anything else. That's all they do. They ride around on bikes.
Okay.
So they serve that role. So Boise is actually similar to Meridian. They're just having other people do that particular task.
Thank you. Mr. Member, just one quick follow-up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Dr. Rosenthal, I think when you were here a couple of years ago, you kind of talked to council a little bit about what our citizens' expectations should be when they do call for service. And I just was hoping maybe, I don't know if that's changed at all, and if you could give us a flavor for what our community's expectations should be if they make a call for an aggressive dog versus a vicious dog versus a dog bite. Like, what is that level of expectations in terms of response? I know that you provided us a kind of an average, but can you give us a flavor for how you guys triage those types of calls in Meridian?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Something like an aggressive animal, a dangerous animal, someone who's been injured, that's a priority one call. So that goes to the very top of the call list for the animal control officers. They're going to immediately, if they're doing something that's a lower priority, they're going to drop that and immediately respond. A very common way that gets through to us is actually through the other first responders who sometimes are first on the scene, the police, fire, ambulance, that sort of thing. Everything else kind of goes down the list, with really barking dogs probably being one of the lower. We're going to get to it, but we're not coming out at, the middle of the night to deal with this. And a lot of that's now done administratively, just to make sure that we don't get, and this time of year, we have a lot of dogs in hot cars. So that's a priority one too. So an animal in distress, but human safety is going to go to the very top of the list over everything else. And folks should respond. Folks calling in should have the expectation that within a couple of minutes of that being received, somebody is on their way. And of course, we don't have folks just waiting around at the doorman shelter. They're circulating in this community all day long in their vehicles, and they're dispatched in the field, and they have all the information on their laptops, and everything's wired in.
Mr. Mayor, maybe just one quick follow-up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Do you guys track your response times, like for these different pieces here that you're sharing with us? And is that something that, in addition to the request from Councilmember Strader, you could share with us as well?
We use Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we use a police dispatch system that has various functions, including tracking response times. I'm not sure we track every single case type and response. We track various priority calls by category. And that's been a work in progress.
Okay. I think what I would really be looking for is really in the aggressive side, the dog bite side. Again, trying to make sure that we have a good understanding about what your expectations are to respond in terms of timing, and what our citizens' expectations are, so that if we get a call about that, we can provide some of that perspective and clarity, as opposed to reaching out to get that answer at the time.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that is included. That is that priority response time of about 28 minutes, which, as I said, in some cases, we're going to have other first responders already there, potentially, if it's something really serious. Otherwise, I think that's about what you could expect overall, given the constraints of not being in a police vehicle or a fire truck.
And I think our chief wants to weigh in on this one.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, our officers would be the first ones to respond to those types of calls. And then we would contact IHS to come there to do all of the follow-up on those.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
don't have a question as much as a kind of a, what, a 10-year report card. I remember when we first signed that first contract and decided to switch over from what we were doing to work full-time with IHS as a partner, to have a comprehensive plan across this county to handle animals. And I got to tell you that when I look at where we are today and the numbers, it was bound to happen. The city was growing so fast and the numbers were so high, and our police department was pulled every which way, having to deal with all these calls on top of us having, what, 2 animal control officers we were trying to cover the entire city with. I've driven through our city many times and seen multiple vans from IHS driving through the city, just randomly, maybe responding to a call, maybe not. But it does me good to see that the response times for residents in Meridian now is one of the quickest across the valley, instead of some of the issues we had in the past. I think this has been a pretty amazing partnership over the years, and who's really benefited is not just the city, but who's benefited is all of our residents, who they want nothing more than when their animal is lost or they can't find it, they want one place to call to try to relocate their pet. And we provided that starting about 10 years ago. And you guys have done a fantastic job. And the fact that you can show the numbers that you're able to return to owners, as well as the numbers that you're able to now adopt out, that's impressive, because that's a very hard number to achieve.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much, Councilman Overton. And we value this partnership very well. I agree. This has been a really good move for everybody. We have a large stake, and we have for over 100 years in animal welfare concerns in the Treasure Valley. And just by the way, when I mention that importance of this collective response of everyone working together, if you look around the state of Idaho at other counties, and frequently animal control is not working very well, and frequently there's only one city paying the entire bill, or only a county, or just a few communities. And if you look around the state of Idaho at other counties where things aren't going very well, and folks in your position, animal control is a constant headache and a problem. It's because they're not doing it the way we're doing it, where we are all working together, because this community, I've lived here most of my life, it's all grown together, and everybody doing it themselves doesn't work. This is the way it needs to happen for everybody, including the Idaho Humane Society, because this would be very difficult for us as well if we didn't have the buy-in from all the other communities. And Councilman Strader, one of the things that is difficult for a small community when they first buy into this program is things seem very, very expensive. And so I think this is where absolute total fairness kind of meets practicality. We like to sort of nurture these relationships along and get them up to speed. And then ultimately, it really benefits places like Meridian in decreasing these costs. And just looking over at Canyon County, where it's Caldwell, Nampa, the county, and then no other community in the entire county pays anything, but that shelter is inundated by their pets. This is really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I will just highlight the same item on the extra patrol. I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot, but I can't recall the last time we've had someone reach out to at least our office asking for patrols in a park because people are walking their dogs. I think those extra patrols have really helped meet the community expectations and address some of those informational issues. I mean, I'm sure the police department still gets some of those calls, but I know my office, they've reduced dramatically over the last 2 years. And I think it's a direct result of that effort. So I'd say kudos to you on that. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 11, which is an animal welfare and enforcement agreement between the City of Meridian and the Idaho Humane Society for fiscal year 2027.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I would move that we approve Animal Welfare and Enforcement Agreement by and between the City of Meridian and the Idaho Humane Society for fiscal year 2027.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to approve item 11. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is agreed to. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Okay. With that, we'll move on to item 12, which is a multi-year agreement with Data Link Networks for Microsoft 365 licensing. By Director Teeny up.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. Appreciate you taking a few minutes to listen to this item, and I'll give you some background here. As you've probably seen in the memo that I sent out, this is for an agreement with Data Link Networks for our Microsoft 365 licensing, which includes Office 365, Entra, and a number of other licenses. This came up as an opportunity to look at consolidating our licensing under a 3-year agreement, which will help us avoid some price increases that Microsoft has coming up over the next few years. And then also helps us to address a license compliance gap that came up. So this is 2 pieces. The first is the agreement with Data Link Networks, and then the next part will be a budget amendment associated with that. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
pretty big budget amendment, and it really caught my attention. Help me understand how the compliance gap occurred and what we're doing to address it going forward.
So the compliance gap was observed by our department review of our software licensing, and was something that was subsequently brought up by Microsoft as well. The security components that these licenses address are critical in nature. Again, from the budget amendment, you'll see that it involves things like conditional access, dynamic groups, hybrid joining network devices to Entra. And as part of that, we reviewed with Microsoft, and again, they identified it after we had already highlighted it. So working with this partner, we were able to offset a lot of that cost by baking into a 3-year agreement. And again, that will help with the compliance that we have. So without throwing anyone under the bus, our current partner is, was part of that equation, what happened. And part of this is actually changing partners to a partner that has helped us get through this. So that's part of what part of the action that we're taking to address that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
so help me understand the cadence of your licensing audits that your department does. So is that something that you guys routinely do yearly? Is it something you do every 5 years? Like, help me understand that and how often this kind of an issue would be flagged internally. Part of my concern, obviously it's important, security is extremely important. I just want to understand, kind of how we avoid a miss like this going forward, because a $500,000 budget amendment is a pretty big deal to me. And I just kind of want to understand what the compliance plan is going forward to avoid this in the future. How much of it is us versus this partner that needs to monitor this? Like, help me understand a little bit better.
Councilmember Strader, fair enough. So we handle license audits on an as needed basis in the IT department, because for the most part, we maintain license compliance. That is our practice. That is our policy internally. We make sure that we're licensed for software that we need. We identified this as a gap just on an internal review that was brought up randomly to us by a partner. And we're like, okay, we need to take a look at this. And so we had identified, hey, look, we're missing these licenses that are key component of what we're using. And as part of that, one other thing that happens as part of that with Microsoft specifically is they actually do an annual audit of our licenses as well annually. So that comes up usually in the fall, and then they have a true up process that basically goes through and tells us, hey, if you have anything that is missing, then that needs to be addressed and we need to pay for it, which positive for us as we go through those annually and for Microsoft licenses, we have not had any of those gaps over the last 15 years of using their products, which is fantastic.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
So, it feels to me like some kind of a regular auditing function needs to occur here. It could be, maybe random. It could be one department at a time, or maybe one department per year. I don't know what that needs to look like, but I don't want to find ourselves in this position again. Especially because like this to me is an ongoing expense, right? I mean, software licensing, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't this an ongoing
Councilwoman
expense?
Strader, can I take a step back and kind of explain the licensing here?
Please, yeah.
Okay, absolutely. So this represents an upfront 3-year agreement for Microsoft licensing
Mhm.
in place of an annual agreement or commitment we already have been committed to, right? So what that means is that $580,000 is in place of numbers such as, $200,000 a year over the next 3 years. So while it's a big number, it also represents a cost over 3 years. So it's because of how we're addressing it, we're actually saving the city about $140,000 over the next 3 years versus buying the licenses annually like we have been. So while it is a budget amendment for that amount, it is not an additional cost into what we had already planned to do, just to make that clear.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
I understand that, but we are now front loading a 3-year cost into a fiscal year that we had already budgeted for, right? And that's my issue. My issue is it seems like the right decision. I appreciate the cost savings over 3 years. I think you're doing all the right things. The issue is the uncertainty of not, if we start to have large budget amendments, just as a general matter, right? Whether we're making smart decisions and we're front loading something for 3 years in your department, and then we're front loading something for 5 years in another department, if that starts to become a regular practice in the city of Meridian, what we're going to find is that we're not going to have the level of fiscal discipline that we need in the long term. So it's just trying to understand, how do we get here and what are we doing going forward so we don't have compliance issues with licenses? It just so I understand, and listen, I'm not a technologist by any means, which from a brief stint covering your department, but help me understand, so is this like people were not purchasing licenses for products they were using? Is that where the compliance gap was? Was it an audit of these are the software licenses that we have, and some of these employees aren't here anymore, and now we have some new employees, and that exactly what is the compliance gap?
Councilwoman Strader, to get straight to the point, the compliance gap came because vendors and Microsoft telling us that the features that we were utilizing were part of a subscription that we already had based off of bad information that they had. So it was caused partly by the partner, partly by Microsoft. Microsoft's licensing is extremely confusing, as you may know, but quite frankly, that's what happened. And we're just in a situation of how do we move forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So we understand the licensing, we understand where we're at, what we need to do. Quite frankly, I don't see this coming up regularly. We do look at license usage, where we're at on a regular basis, when we go to budget for it, when we go to pay for things. So we have a very good understanding where we're at. But again, it was that misinformation from two parties that really created this situation.
And maybe to provide some perspective, this is something we could have just done nothing about and waited and done through the budget process. That was how we normally would have addressed this. But they've had an opportunity based upon these changes to save some ongoing operational costs over the next 3 years. I've talked to Todd. We are going to protect, this is not going to put a blip in our budgets. We're going to protect these dollars because we know this is an ongoing operational cost. So it does smooth it out, but it just means that we don't have that extra cost in FY27, FY28. Have no doubt that once we get off of this 3-year, we will probably be making up whatever those costs are as on a larger ongoing basis when we get to, if we get to that point. Or we can stay on, or we could just do it during our normal process and make these adjustments in the upcoming budget.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Dave, just probably a couple questions, and first off, probably not, this is more of an observation, but it baffles me that Microsoft would allow us to use any of their products without a license. So that's not your problem. I think that's more of their problem, but it's hard for me to wrap my mind around the idea that we found these licensing gaps that I feel like is not the city's fault, but those who let us use these licenses. So to that end, a little bit, is there any liability to the city or to your department for accessing these licenses without a license that we paid for from Microsoft? Are we going to have any issues or repercussions or liabilities coming up because of this?
Councilman Taylor, that is part of the concern that we have and why we have decided to move forward at this time rather than waiting till an October date. I cannot speak to the legal implications fully, but obviously we enter license agreements, which are legal contracts when we purchase software or subscriptions from these third parties. The license compliance gaps that you mentioned is a common problem across the software industry, where oftentimes vendors will allow customers to go over on usage, and then they will go back and say, here's your back charges. Oh, and here's some penalty fees to top it off. So it's a situation that we have been very good at avoiding for a long time, and we'll continue to do that. But again, this is just a really bad one-off situation.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, and I'll just maybe emphasize what Councilwoman Strader said about a regular audit. It seems to me like some kind of plan for regularly auditing our licenses, because I'd be concerned about using a license without paying for it, what liabilities that may incur, and then being fined or a fee because we're out of compliance. I think that would be problematic. And I don't see the current situation as so much a reflection on the IT department at all. It seems like a problem on the vendor part, but I would hate for us to find ourselves down the road with some unexpected costs. Also just say, Councilwoman Strader articulated my concerns too about the size of the budget amendment. It seems like the right thing to do. Technology security is incredibly important. I think we need to make sure to do it. I don't like it's such a large amount in the current fiscal year that's difficult, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, and your memo was helpful to understand this is not a great ideal situation, but this is how we're trying to navigate making the best of a bad situation moving ahead. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
maybe a question for you or Todd, but again, just on the prepayment of this and how that smooths out. I'm used to prepaying on a fiscal year and getting 12 months. How do you do that over a 3-year fiscal year so that when we get to 2030, we're not sitting here with another $600,000 decision to make that again gets spread out over another 3-year period? How?
Yeah, I'll tell you our conversation was that you put the dollar figure in the budget for this for FY27, FY28 that you would normally pay, and Dave and his team don't spend that money and it drops back into the fund balance. So it stays within the confines of what your budget is, but you don't spend it. And then that way you don't lose it in the operational side, and it goes back to where the money came from originally. That's the basic part. If Todd wants to give a different answer, but that's essentially the thing. If we get to a point in 3 years where we're going to do another type of, there's a value benefit, I think that's the conversation that time based upon your fund balance and everything else. But this is not how we normally have done this, but we have done it on a few things where we've had the opportunity to enter into some long-term contracts with software providers, but it's not their preferred way because it costs them money.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
if I'm tracking with what you're saying, then we're gonna budget the amount, but we're just gonna carry over the funds from budget year to budget year? Is that?
I'll let Todd explain it and Todd
I
speak.
misunderstood.
Mayor, council members. So good questions. Maybe if I twisted it in a different way, think of like when we prepay a fire truck, we give them 2.5 million, then every so often we have to amortize expense the portion of that's due. So in year one, when they built 1/3 of the truck, we'll expense 1/3 of the truck. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to give $580,000 to Microsoft. Cash is left the building, but the expense is something different on your financials. When next year comes, I'm only going to expense 1/3 of that 580 as opposed to what would have been most, let's just say easy math, let's call it 600 grand. I'm going to expense 200 grand as opposed to if we did nothing, David's probably going to say it's $225,000 this year. Well, instead of paying 225, we're going to pay 200. That's a win-win for us. We're just doing cash out, but when the actual bill gets here, we'll have our discount on the bill at that time, if that makes better sense. So instead of receiving $225,000 next year as an invoice, we're only going to have a $200,000 bill because we decided to prepay in advance. That is how I understand the situation to be.
Mr. Mayor, then maybe just a quick follow-up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Councilmember Whitlock's exceptional question. We're not then necessarily paying for 3 years, we're paying for 2 years and a partial of this remaining fiscal year then?
Well, the timeline, I'll let Dave tell you exactly how the timeline is, but from my understanding is instead of paying 600 and something $1,000 for this functional service over this timeline, we're going to pay 580,000 for the same level of service over this 3-ish year period. So the city's saving $150,000 by prepaying, quote unquote, today.
Okay.
So the cash is leaving our bank account today,
I get
quote unquote, but the expenses are going to be less in value over totality.
Okay, but then Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
and the savings is really because we're only paying for a partial year. We're getting a prorated amount as opposed to paying for, I guess, are we paying for 36 months? Are we paying for,
Councilman Cavanagh, correct, we are paying for 36 months.
okay, so back to Councilmember Whitlock's exceptional question. 3 years from now, we're going to find ourselves in a similar position then, right? Where we're going to be in the middle of a fiscal year with a request for additional licensing.
Councilman Cavanagh, members of council, mayor, the term for the actual agreement would be October 1 of this year and then 36 months thereafter.
Okay.
Although we are prepaying
Do we,
now.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
then Councilmember Taylor's exceptional question, are we in a place of risk of having unlicensed software then between now and the beginning of the fiscal year when this contract begins?
From what we've talked to Microsoft and our vendor about, no, because we will have an agreement in place and a path to move forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
are these licenses general? Like this is just Microsoft 365 for everybody, or is this pretty specific for specific features and products? Because like one question I would have is whether as part of our audit, we determined like, oh, you know what? We actually have some employees that are signed up for this unwittingly. Maybe they're using some feature they didn't realize, but they're not actually using it. Or something like that. Like, do we have a way of making sure that we're just paying for what we're actually using and not something greater than that?
Council Member Strader, the bulk of the costs and the licenses under this subscription is a global, applies to every city employee. There are maybe 10 licenses that don't apply in that same way. And those ones are ones that we know that we need.
Okay.
But most of them are for all city employees.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
one follow-up question. What happens if possibly in 18 months from now, we find ourselves in a similar situation with this agreement? Is Microsoft going to say, oh, you owe us another 100,000 for these unused licenses? Are we protected with the current agreement that acknowledges that we're doing everything correctly and that the liability is with Microsoft? Because what I worry about is we didn't intend to find ourselves in this situation, but here we are. What happens if it repeats itself in 18 months? We have a 3-year agreement. Are we protected? Is there anything in the agreement that we're entering into that provides a level of protection should Microsoft or you through an audit find there's some licenses that we're not paying for?
Councilman Taylor, so we have a general cushion of around, I want to say it's about 5% of growth that is covered under any agreement with Microsoft, where we can grow up to 5% of licenses, and they will just come back as a true up when we do our annual true up with them, where they'll just say, okay, this is what you need to pay for moving forward.
Okay.
So that protection's in place. The particular gap that we're talking about was far more licenses than that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
like what, just curious, like what percentage was it?
For the Microsoft Entra licenses that we're using, it was a lot more. I'm trying to think of a percentage off the top of my head. More than 100% more. It was significant. So.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. Well, with that, we'll move on to item 13, which is the fiscal year 2026 budget amendment in the amount of $580,034 for Microsoft 365.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I move that we approve fiscal year 2026 budget amendment in the amount of $580,034 for Microsoft 365 licensing.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll. Oh,
Question, do we need to approve the other agreement?
oh, sorry. Thank you for that catch. Does this motion maker and seconder remove their motion? So we go back to the license, to the contract before the budget?
Yes.
Okay, my bad. Sorry, I jumped again. So with that, we'll go back to the multi-year agreement with Data Networks for Microsoft 365 licensing. Is there a motion on that item?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I move that we approve the multi-year agreement with Data Link Networks for Microsoft 365 licensing.
Second.
Have a motion, a second to approve the multi-year agreement. Is there discussion on the agreement? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Guys haven't, item is agreed to. Next up is item 13, which is the fiscal year 2026 budget amendment in the amount of $580,034 for Microsoft 365 licensing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
try one more time. I'd like to approve fiscal year 2026 budget amendment in the amount of $580,034 for Microsoft 365 licensing.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strater. Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries and is agreed to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave.
So council, we are at 5:37. We don't have the next item listed on the 6 PM agenda. Do we want to try to hear? Do we need to take a break? Can we add it? Do we do it a different week? What's the preference for? So we want to start it and see how far we get? Spend 10 minutes or not necessarily?
Seems like it could be a long conversation. I'm fine starting it, but I think we're going to be going over time because I think there's a lot of significant questions and understanding about the legislative activity. So I'm okay starting it if we did 10 minutes and then, but I want to make sure we have a full discussion. So if we want to just
Let's
wait.
just wait. Okay, yeah, we'll just add it to the 6 o'clock, so. Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to end our,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
I move that we adjourn the work session.
Second.
motion second to adjourn, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, the ayes have it, we are adjourned. Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is June 2nd, 2026 at 6 p.m. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next time is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could all please rise and join us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Next item is a communication. I don't see our presenter here this evening, so we'll move on to adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
we are going to have a small change to the agenda. Number 14 from our workshop, which was the 2026 legislation impacting cities, will become the new action item number 4. And the current number 4 listed will be 5, and the current number 5 will become 6. And with that, I move that we adopt the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Council, anything under announcements and recognition?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yes, I do have a brief item. On June 16th, we're tentatively planning, the Parks Department is tentatively planning a ribbon cutting at Tammy Street Park. And I just wanted to mention that it may take place sometime either at 11 or 11:30. It's still being finalized, but I just wanted people to have that on their radar. I will not be able to attend because of a conflict.
What was the date again? 16th?
Thank you. Anything else, council? Okay, and with that, Mr. Clerk, anyone sign up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, nobody signed up for that.
All right, then we will go on to item 1, which is appeal of city clerk's denial of application for TUP 226-0066 Power Shaved Ice Incorporated. I don't know who's going to lead us off.
Mr. Neri, are you covering this or should I?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think what you have in front of you tonight is an appeal. This was a request for a temporary use permit for the business to operate in the Lowe's parking lot off of Overland. There is already a temporary use permit that's already been granted for that. Under our code, there is only one temporary use permit that's allowed per location. The clerk's office did try to work with the applicant to see if there's another location nearby that could allow this to be there. Looks like they tried to do that. That didn't work out. So their application was denied. They are appealing to you. There is, again, nothing in the code. There is no exception. There is nothing else without rewriting the code to allow more than one on per site. There are other types of uses in that lot and that are mobile sales, but this is not a mobile sales unit. This is a fixed building that is, put in site for the summertime and then removed at the end of the summer. There really isn't an alternative to grant it, but they do have the right to appeal, and that's why it's in front of you tonight.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant here?
I received an email they would be here, Mr. Mayor, but it looks like they're not. I'm so sorry. There you can come up.
Would you like to come up and make any comments? Just wait till you get up to the mic. When you get up to the mic, just state your name and let everyone hear your conversation.
So I'm Brianne Tandy. I'm here on behalf of Bauer Shaved Ice. So our question just was that like the temporary use permit that's already granted is for like the corn dog place that's there, and they're not there on like a daily basis. So that's why we were confused on like if it's why do they get to hold the permit for the whole parcel when they're not there on like a daily or a regular basis? They just come like once a week for a few hours. And so that's where our confusion was, is that like they hold the permit for the whole parking lot, but they're not even there on a consistent daily basis.
So
Shay?
I can answer that question. So, Mr. Members of the council, and so you understand, so all the temporary use permits are governed by time and the amount of time they can be there. So many of them, and this is not uncommon for a lot of them, is they don't operate continuously for that period of time because they only have a certain number of days in which they can operate.
Right.
So they may operate for 2 or 3 days a week, but our code only basically allows one per site. So whether they operate every single day for 120 days in a row or 120 days over 4 months or 5 months and 3 or 4 days a week instead of every day, either one of those is still allowed under our code, but we'd only allow one per site. So
Okay. Understood.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
I have a question more directed at Bill. So I drive by that space on a regular basis, but do I understand that it's because they're more of a building that would be structured and there until the end of the summer? Because on a regular basis, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but there's 3 that are there on a very regular basis, but they all have wheels and come and go.
Correct.
So it feels like we're making them pay because they're stable and would be there the whole summer, which they're actually a product that people kind of count on to be there, because there used to be a more permanent one down to where the car wash went in.
So, Mr. Members of Councilmember Little Roberts, so there are 2 different types of permits of this nature. One are temporary uses and one are mobile sales. Mobile sales have different rules, how long they can be there, how often they have to move. You know, they can only be there for, I think it's 2 hours at a time. So yes, even though they have wheels and they can move, they can get a temporary use permit to allow them to be there longer for any particular day or time versus the 2 hours. So we don't just require that be mobile, but if it's a mobile sales, it obviously has to move every 2 hours. I get that a building that is basically comes on a flatbed or a forklift isn't going to do the same thing. But as the difference is in our code is that even though you may have a mobile sales, but you want to park it there for a longer period of time, which some of them do, then they can get a temporary use so they can be there longer than 2 hours and have to move it every time. Think of the one that's up there by the Speedway. There's one up there that doesn't move, even though it's a mobile looking unit. I don't know that it moves, but it doesn't. We have a few of those around town that don't move very much, and that's why they have a temporary use.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Shader.
So Bill, if we felt like this, because there's no ability for us to give an exception, is what I'm understanding.
There is not.
So the only resolution that could happen that could improve this situation in the future, if we decided it was warranted, would be to actually change the code.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's important for you to understand.
So that's fine, right? Like that's not something that can be done like today, right? You guys can't do that. It's a process. So like, I guess our question is, because if this helps other people that are in the same situation, because that's a very large parcel. And like she said, there's multiple food trucks and I've seen them there like for a full day, but they're applying under the premise that they're only going to be there for 2 hours. But fortunately for them, they can just like leave if they realize someone's watching, right? Unfortunately for us, we can't pick up and leave if we want to because we're a shed. And so I guess my question is, how would we go about like petitioning for the process to change the code? Because there are some parcels that are very large that could handle more than one temporary use permit per allotted parcel. So how do we go about like making that change or trying to make that change?
I'm saving my voice, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Missionary for any comments.
So, Mr. Members of Council, so the council can direct us to reevaluate that and look at, there's a lot of factors to look into. One of the concerns is, again, a lot of the concerns sometimes with these businesses is other businesses get concerned when mobile businesses will intrude on their business.
Right.
And so we're trying to balance that. And that's kind of why we have two different types of permits for two different types of uses. So trying to evaluate the size of lots and regulating that and all of that. Certainly, if the council wants us to do that, we can do that. It probably won't happen through till the summer's over. It's going to
Right.
take a while. But certainly we could look at some other change that might make some sense or something that we could look at and bring back to the council in the future.
Okay, perfect.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will need a action. So I'll turn to council for any dialogue or motions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Little Roberts.
to kick off some type of dialogue, because I'm such a fan of small business, worked really hard to get one of our young entrepreneurs in Story Park with kind of the same type of business. I know how much that can benefit the kids and students trying to earn money over the summer, because sometimes summer jobs are hard to find, so you create your own. So I guess I would like to see us reevaluate, especially where there was something in our packet that said that lot was maybe actually two lots, not one lot. I don't know if that makes a difference, or just the fact that it is a parking lot, if we'd ever consider like going by how large something is to potentially have two spots available in there. Or I would like to see if we could, reevaluate our ordinance to see if we can make some room for some more summer small businesses.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
I appreciate those comments, and I 100% agree. It feels like, first off, I appreciate you bringing the appeal, even though we're not in a position, I don't think, to support that. But what it's done is it's highlighted that maybe there's a way we can nuance this, because it seems like it's not being fairly applied in a way in terms of the uses and the type. So I'd be interested in looking at how we can maybe make some changes to allow that, because what I'd hate for is some ordinances that seem maybe a little bit arbitrary to get in the way of some of this stuff. So I would be, supportive of us looking at that when we can, and see if there's a way forward.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
I agree with that. I think just looking at it is a great idea. I mean, obviously, we also have a vested interest in making sure that like we don't end up with a parking lot that has like 5, tents or, semi-permanent structures in it as well. Like there's a balance there. But if the planning department was open to, at our direction, looking at maybe some kind of metric based on the amount of space available or something along those lines. Don't want to do it for them, but something like that, maybe we look at that. I'd be supportive of looking at that for sure. Unfortunately, would have to deny you today just because we don't have a choice. But I would be open to us looking at that as well.
Okay. And with that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Little Roberts.
I move that we reconsider our ordinance. I guess we need a motion on
Yes.
this. I'm so sorry to do this, but I move we deny the appeal.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny the appeal. Is there any discussion? Do we need a roll call on this, Mr. Neri?
No.
If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the appeal is denied. So I think you got the leadership from the department here, as well as code enforcement, who will have their own parts to this conversation about mobile versus temporary as well. So I'm sure that they will take that under consideration and look at different options for consideration. So, okay. With that, we'll move on to item 2, which is a public hearing for program year 2026 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Let me get my presentation up really quick. Sorry about that. So this is for our upcoming action plan that starts on October 1st of this year. And we're just going to be going through the different projects that were selected for this. So a quick overview of what CDBG is. It's a federal grant that we receive from the Housing and Urban Development. So it's federal and it's got all of its own regulations that we can't do a lot about for several things. It's guided by a 5-year consolidated plan. And with that, we go out to the community and stakeholders and we identify what the community is saying the goals are for this program and what the needs are and try to meet those. And then each year we submit an action plan like this so that we say how we're going to spend the money and how we're going to meet those goals. So this is our 5th year of our 5-year plan. And the goals that were identified during this one were public improvements, permanent housing, public services, and program administration. We're expected to receive $555,314 this year. And the way that we spend it, there's federal caps, first of all, for admin. We can spend up to 20% on admin and then up to 15% for services. And so we don't typically spend all of our admin and we spend all of our services that we can towards those projects. And then after those dollar amounts are removed, then we split it equally between public improvements and housing. So for the projects this year, it's coming out to about 8.5% admin, 15% services, and then about 38% for both public improvements and housing projects. The city is responsible for the administration, of course, and then we also handle the public improvements. We did a walkability study at the beginning of the consolidated plan so that we could prioritize the projects within the community that were identified. And we've just been going through those. For program administration this year, we're setting aside $47,000, and this is just for general compliance of the program and then planning our upcoming consolidated plan and fair housing activities. For public improvements, that's $212, a little over that, and it's for finishing up the Northwest 7th walkability project. We are hoping to have that done this fall if everything goes well. For our other 2 goals, then we go out to partners for these, and we have competitive applications for both long-term housing solutions and public services. For projects to be eligible, they need to show that there's a connection to housing stability. They have to make sure that it's going toward people who meet the income criteria, which is up to 80% of the area median income. And for this year, that means a 4-person household can make up to $88,550 and qualify for this program. And it also has to go toward a Meridian resident. There were 2 projects that were selected for public services. And again, it went up to the full 15%, which was $83,297. And these are 2 projects you guys are familiar with. Jesse Tree's Emergency Rental Assistance Program for $41,649. And then the Boys and Girls Club Youth Scholarship Program for $41,648. For housing, we have the homeowner repair through NeighborWorks Boise that you guys are familiar with as well for $187,509. And this is for those bigger projects that are focused on efficiency, accessibility, and emergency fixes. So a lot of these ones are repairing a roof or HVAC systems, plumbing, things like that. And we also had this application for Habitat for Humanity, and it's for critical home repairs. This one was funded for, or proposed to be funded for $25,000. And this is for projects that are a lot of ramps and things like that, that are smaller things. And so they're actually serving the same number of people, but it's just smaller projects. And they also prioritize veterans, seniors, and people with disabilities. We're also wanting to add as an alternate project our affordable housing opportunities. We don't have anything identified right now, but if something comes up and there's funding available that hasn't been spent, then we would like to be able to use it towards something like that. So coming up, we have another public hearing on June 23rd, and then the public comment period closes on June 29th. And then on the 7th, then I will have it before you for final approval, and a couple weeks after that, then I'll have it submitted to HUD. So what I'm really asking for right now is for feedback on our action plan. We really want to get feedback from the community, make sure that we're addressing the needs that they said, that it's still relevant, and that these are the projects that they want to see. There's many ways to participate in this and to provide the feedback. We'll have a virtual open house on June 10th at 3 p.m. and June 18th at 10 a.m. So people can just call in at any point during those times and ask questions or give feedback in any way they want. We also have a survey posted to our website, so it can just take you through guided questions and makes it really easy. Or you can also testify at this public hearing or the next one on the 23rd. And I'm also working on a few other in-person events, and I'll add those to the website as they come up. And as always, people can reach out to me directly. I'm Crystal Campbell, and this is my contact information. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
not a question, but just a thank you for Crystal. I was on the scoring committee this year, and oh my gosh, the work that goes into this is phenomenal, and Crystal does a great job. And so thank you very much, Crystal. It's not an easy thing to do, so it's greatly appreciated.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. Mr. Clerk, anyone sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Either in the room or online. For online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Not seeing anyone coming forward or raising their hand. Are we continuing this item?
I had thought it was two separate public hearings, but if it makes sense to continue it, it doesn't make a difference to me.
Do we need to close it? I guess is the question. You're the process person. I'm just running the meeting.
No, there's nothing in our participation plan that says we have to do it one way or the other. So we can have two separate ones.
Okay. All right, then do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I move that we close the public hearing for program year 2026 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have, and the public hearing is closed. With that, we'll move on to item 3, which is a public hearing for Miedma Industrial Building CR 2026-0001. Open this public hearing to staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Caleb Hood, Community Development. I've been asked to kind of just give you a little bit of background information. You have a bunch of information in your packet tonight, but I'm going to kind of fill in some of the gaps that may be there or some of the background information. So staff received a certificate of zoning verification change of use application, also known as a CZCU. The number on that was CZCU 2026-002 for a tenant space at 100 South Adkins, which is on the south side of Franklin, just off of Franklin, just east of the cemetery, not quite to Locust Grove, and an industrial complex that's on the south side of Franklin Road. Adkins intersects Franklin there. The applicants submitted a letter and some other information dated March 25th, 2026, stating that they wanted to operate the principal's private offices from the property in the suite I just mentioned in that tenant space. Professional services are only allowed as an accessory use in the industrial zone or the IL zone, which the subject property is zoned. The applicant asserts they are a flex space user, but they don't meet that definition in the UDC. To be a flex space, the primary use of the space must be warehousing or other light industry uses like manufacturing, processing, fabrication, assembly, treatment, and or packaging from previously prepared materials with associated offices. So office is a component of flex, but it can't be the principal use. It needs to be ancillary to those things I just rattled off. And not the other way around. So it can't be, again, the dominant use of the site. Flex isn't just total flexibility in any uses in the space. So I think that's maybe where some of it gets crossed. Yes, we can be flexible in how some of those tenant spaces are used, but it doesn't mean just anything can go in there. There are some specific use standards and definitions of a flex space. And when we reviewed the application, it did not meet that criteria. Just further, flex space is applied on a user by user basis, not a per site basis. So we are looking at the application of the space being applied for. Sometimes that is a whole building that user wants to operate in. Sometimes, as is the case here, it's just the tenant space. What we can't do and don't do is count 100% of the building and divvy up those uses that I just mentioned, said, well, they're warehousing over there, so you can be the office. It's within that user space is how you have to meet those percentages of the use to meet the definition of flex space. Again, the CZCU application included both a narrative and a floor plan that did not meet the definition of flex space. I believe staff has consistently and regularly applied our code the way I just described it to you. And so we denied the application that's before you now.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Caleb, I'm trying to kind of walk through this if we're looking at this on a tenant by tenant basis. And so a flex space calls for a minimum of 30% of the structured and or tenant space is what it says in the UDC. So if we're talking structure and or tenant space, I look at that differently than as a tenant by tenant use. And I guess how would an applicant achieve a minimum of 30% if they're only coming in with a single use as a flex tenant?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, again, it's 30% of that space, whatever that is. And sometimes it can be the whole building. So again, for easy math, Mr. Lavoie used easy math earlier, 100,000 square foot building, right? If you've got all of that, we would want 30% of that building, 30,000 square feet, could be up to 30,000 square feet for offices and other type uses. I will just say, by the way, that varies depending on the underlying zoning district in that section. I think that's the percentage for industrial versus some of our commercial zones. There are different caps and requirements for what you can have as the subordinate use, retail showrooms, office spaces. That does vary depending on the underlying zoning district. But again, it would be if that user space was 10,000 square feet in a 100,000 square foot building, we would want 3,000 square feet of that could be used for office, but the other 7 would need to be for warehousing, processing, some of those other light industrial type of uses. And I'll just, maybe just one more. Some of the problem if we were to try to do it the other way is we really can't. We don't have a business registry and we often don't know who's in some of these spaces. And what happens when someone leaves? If they're the 70% warehousing and they vacate and we're only left with a 30% office, do we go kick the office out because it's no longer a flex building? So that does create some challenges if we were to even try to attempt to say it's the building having those ratios versus each user having those ratios.
Then, Mr. Mayor, maybe just one additional follow-up. Then why in there do we list structure and or tenant space?
Again, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry if I'm not saying this correctly, but it can be one and the same. I can own the whole building and I am one tenant.
Okay. But then what's the structure space?
That one space, one tenant for the building.
Mr. Mayor, and Caleb, I'm sorry. Then why are we delineating between the two?
Because it can be the other, right? It can be multi-tenant building.
Okay. But how could a multi-tenant building, if we're taking this on tenant by tenant, achieve, and it says 30 and 20% of office retail space?
They achieve it individually or together, but we aren't evaluating it that we're looking at it at the individual application for that space. I'm sorry we're missing each other a little bit on that, but that's the best that I can do to explain it. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Caleb, can you, you mentioned the underlying use might indicate different percentages of use. I'm not looking at the code. I'm not sure what that is. Can you explain to me if it's 30% in industrial light? What is it for the other underlying uses? Is there a different percentage? And forgive me, I'm recalling when we had this discussion maybe a year or 18 months ago, I can't remember what it was, about flex space, and we talked about how we actually come up with the ratios, but I'm just not recalling right now. Can you walk me through what, if any, differences there are depending on the use type?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor. So in 114318 is the specific use standards for flex space. It does talk about office and or retail showroom area shall comprise a minimum of 30% of the structure and or tenant space in the CC district, 15 in the CG district, and 10% in the ME district, and 20% in the IL and IH. So the underlying zoning district is where that ratio changes. So in this case before you now, 20% in the IL.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up. Can you just, a short brief history? How did we come to these different numbers and these different things? I mean, maybe it's something that we need to clean up as a city, but how did we end up with these varying different percentages?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor. So there was a fairly recent action, mid 2025, fall of 2025, somewhere in there. I don't remember, where council actually did direct staff to, you had some from the development community that were here, and you directed how the code reads today. Basically, this isn't how it's always read. That was amended again 9 months ago or so, somewhere in that timeframe. It didn't used to read the way it does now, but those were the percentages that you heard from, again, a couple in the development community, and directed staff to change, not dissimilar from some of the discussion you had earlier on the temporary use.
Mr. Mayor, just to follow up, I remember the discussion. What I don't remember is going through each of these different zonings and deciding a different percentage. I don't recall that part of the conversation, and maybe it was written and not discussed, so that could be my error. I do remember discussing some of the percentages because we brought some of it down. Maybe it was just for a certain type of use. So I don't recall considering all of them, but maybe I'm just misremembering if it was written down but not discussed.
If you allow me a little bit of that, it did happen. And it was sort of on the fly. And it's not worded, I'll just be honest, it's not ideal from staff's perspective, but it is what you all decided to approve. So it is not ideal.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
The appellant lists out, some comparisons of where they feel the city allowed and
Do we
kind of.
Do we want to hear directly from the appellant on their comments first?
Well, I
or-
guess, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to get some basis from staff as to what made this decision differently. If we want to wait and have staff rebut, that's fine. I think that's an important piece to hear from staff
Go ahead.
as to why staff made those decisions.
I just didn't know if the appellant may make those arguments or different arguments when they get up there to make their case, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Thanks, Caleb. Mr. Mayor, Caleb, the appellant list, I think 7 or 8 situations where they believe that essentially that approvals were granted under similar conditions, and trying to get an understanding, did those actions happen before council made these changes? Or if you could give council a flavor as to what distinguished those other decisions versus this one that's before us.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I believe, just so I'm tracking with you, on page 6 of the applicant's letter from April 15, I believe those are the sites you're referring to, kind of at the top of page 6.
Yep.
And maybe without going to each one of them, I will say that the applicant actually did a pretty good job there. It says we're allowing them to exist. That is different than permitting. And like was discussed even on the Lowe's site, things are out there that we don't permit, review, and approve, but we don't necessarily permit either. Of the first 3, planning never allowed that use to go into those locations.
Okay.
The 4th one actually has split zoning. It's partially zoned CG and IL. And there is a record when Bruce Chatterton was a director, he made the call saying, hey, because the parcel has split zoning, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say your CG portion of it, you can have this use, which is really more of an office use, but we had that conversation with them. Most of the building is here, parking and other uses on that split zone property. So there was some discretion there, but only because it was a split zone site. So, we will evaluate them when we're asked these types of questions, but I believe we're pretty consistent in how we apply what is a professional office and allowed or not in an industrial zone or another zone in a flex space and meeting those definitions. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I am Jeff Wardle. I am counsel for the applicant in this matter. My address is 251 East Front here in 251 East Front in Boise, no longer a Meridian resident. Sorry about that. I appreciate the questions that we've already heard, and I appreciate the acknowledgement of staff that your code has some problems. And I hearken back to a hearing that we had probably 18 months ago, and Councilmember Strader asked, why is it you're always here on the hard, contentious ones, and that your approach is to bludgeon? Well, that's because words have meaning. And words have meaning, and we have to give value to those meanings, and we have to hold staff accountable. So, this application arises entirely from the fact that I'm representing attorneys who did the right thing at the very beginning. And they ask permission. And what happens when you ask permission? Well, unfortunately here, you don't get solutions, apparently. So let's talk about this application. So why are we here? Well, this is an approximately 8,500 to 9,000 square foot building located on Adkins. It's one of many that we have in this city that are those 8 to 10,000 square foot multi-tenant spaces on small parcels. This was originally platted in the late 90s. The building was built in late 90s, early 2000s. There's been other development of similar buildings there. It currently has 2 existing tenants, a contractor that has a roll-up door and utilizes it for its construction offices and storage, which is a permitted use within the IL zone. It also has a classic car broker, which is a permitted use within the IL zone. Now, from 2020 to 2025, the state of Idaho leased the 4,000 square feet that we're talking about here. The portion of the building was leased to Idaho Vocational Rehab. And you can see there in those pictures, it was utilized for office. Today, the space is vacant. The space is empty. But the vocational rehabilitation space, and we will talk about the building permit authorizing the tenant improvements for that here in a moment, was entirely office. There was no storage, there was no retail, there was no warehousing. This was office. Now, who are the owners? Well, the owner is Long Dog LLC. Ty and Kelly Ketlinski, local attorneys with practice here in Meridian, longtime residents of the area, who bought it as an investment, knowing that you have the income from the other tenants with the desire to modify that half of the building for their own personal use, well, for their use and modification that would include their personal offices. Now, what did they ask? Well, they came in and asked initially for a fast track occupancy permit. And at that point, we're informed because they wanted to undertake construction to remodel the space to actually add the elements that we talk about flex space needing. Roll-up doors, storage, elements where those other permitted uses can occur. So what did they ask? Well, their intention was to convert 3 of the office spaces into warehouse space for their personal use, combine 2 offices into a conference room, eliminate 1 office, and add a roll-up door. So they're attempting to bring the space more into conformance with what the code would require for flex space. And here demonstrates those specific areas and revisions. So you can see at the top in the red, That would add a roll-up door to the north side of the building. The north side of the building already has a roll-up door on the south for the contractor's space. It would take what had been office and hallway space and turn that into warehouse space for uses that we'll talk about in a moment. It eliminated additional office space to make additional meeting space and provide an additional restroom as they contemplate future uses of that warehouse space. So they acquired it as a personal investment. It's currently 50% occupied, and their intention was to relocate their professional offices to there, as well as utilize a portion of the warehouse conversion for storage of personal classic vehicles. And then Ms. Ketlinski is developing an animal service business, which would be a permitted use as flex space that could be operated from there. And Mr. Ketlinski is a strength trainer who has contemplated taking and creating just his own mini gym, which would require a conditional use permit. And as set forth in our application, there has been no qualms in this city of granting conditional use permits in the IL zone in similar industrial and flex spaces. So we believe that staff is grossly oversimplifying the request and the nature of the appeal. It's been characterized as a denial to allow professional services to operate from an existing industrial building in the IL zone. This building has never truly functioned as an industrial building, and we're seeking the permits to enable our clients to utilize this as flex space. I agree with Caleb. Flex space does not mean a mixed use space, but we know what flex space says in your code. We believe that our request is actually an appeal of allowing an existing permitted professional office use to be modified by the property owner for various permitted conditional and accessory uses consistent with the historic permitted use. So the error here is the denial of the CZC, or even the requirement for a CZC in light of things that we're going to discuss in a moment. We also, as we will discuss in a moment, staff misapplies and misinterprets your code as it relates to flex space. And ultimately, this is a violation of property rights. Now, we believe that staff has acted arbitrarily because staff has articulated this description of, oh, it's the structure or it's the individual tenant space. But when you amended the reference to the code talking about flex space, you chose certain words. And I do not believe that in any universe you can articulate that 30% of the structure and or tenant space justifies this notion that, well, if it's a single tenant space, we'll look at it one way. If it's a multi-tenant space, we'll look at it another way. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this conjunction that we hear read in the definition of flex space. Okay, you say flex space is office and or retail and or warehousing. But that's the definition. So we then go to what are your development standards, and this is your development standard here. And when you adopted this development standard, you adopted it with a minimum amount of office required in each of these zones. And then you imposed a maximum amount of light industry and warehousing. You did not impose a minimum requirement there. And it's office and or retail. So I could do office that supports a warehouse, and I disagree with the assessment that my client's desire to create true flex space with a roll-up door, a warehouse storage, and the ability to do a variety of other businesses from it is somehow contrary to your code. Now, we also note that professional services is allowed as an accessory use. And I have tried to articulate a variety of off-ramps so that we don't have to be here and I don't have to bludgeon people. Those off-ramps have not been accepted. But the fact of the matter is Long Dog is the owner. It's an investment property, and the Ketlinskis are seeking to utilize much less than half for their own personal offices. That is the essence of accessory, being accessory to Long Dog's ownership. Now, When we come back to this language, I would also posit that this notion that staff has articulated that, well, we look at what the individual space is and then we decide whether or not that use is permitted when we're considering it as flex space is wholly inconsistent with your code. Because under your code, light industry and warehouse are prohibited in the CC zone and only allowed with a conditional use permit or as accessory in the CG zone. So applying the analysis that staff has applied here in the light industrial for this being professional office, you cannot do warehouse. Yet your code specifically says that we will allow warehouse up to a certain amount in this other provision. Now, we recognize and acknowledge that what we hear from staff regularly is our goal is to preserve industrial space and minimize incompatible uses. And I sent our summer intern out because I think it's important to document these. And I agree, allowing is not necessarily permitting, but as I've shared with this body and your staff multiple times, and it's been a beef of mine in this jurisdiction for 20 years, a citizen should be able to drive their car down the road, stop in front of something, look around, and be able to get a sense for what the uses are permitted based upon what you've actually done. And if your uses that are there do not reflect the underlying zoning, that's a zoning problem that the city has, not the citizens. Why? Because those would be non-conforming uses that you can't get rid of. So there has been inconsistent enforcement. If the goal is to preserve the light industrial space for these uses, then why are we allowing so many conditional use permits? The goal here should be to encourage in the IL and in flex space to encourage innovation and small operators to do it. A lot of this was driven by the fact that 25 years ago, the only light industrial and only industrial development in this jurisdiction was being done on small parcels. That is not the case. You've made other policy changes. So let's talk about the inconsistent enforcement on this parcel. First of all, there has been an engineering firm, MDS Mechanical Drafting Services, occupying what is now the premises that constitutes what vocational rehab left since at least 2011. They were there in 11, 16, 17, and 19. Additionally, a home health provider was in this building from 2011, 16, and 17. Vocational rehab came in 2020 and was there and has been there 2020 through 2025. When this space was leased in the summer of 2020 to the state of Idaho, a TI permit was sought for the space and it was labeled as vanilla TI. So space was leased in summer of 2020, building permit issued in October of 2020, and the city issued the certificate of occupancy and substantial completion in December. At the time, and here is the entirety of your file on the building permit, the project was labeled vanilla TI. The business name was labeled State of Idaho Offices. The TI areas, the 4,600 square feet we're talking about. The change of use designation accepted by your staff was no, because the new use was office spaces and conference rooms, and the prior use was office spaces and conference rooms. So why did staff determine in 2020 that there was no change of use and that a building permit could be issued for office space and conference rooms that turned 100% of this space into conference space and office rooms? Now, vocational rehab, we can debate whether that's professional services under your code. Vocational rehab is identified as a healthcare service, but healthcare services are not even permitted in the IL zone, and they were not permitted in 2020. Now we have staff telling us that, well, you can't do this because you can't put office in the light industrial. And what's the most frustrating here is it's not like we've had turnover in this department, and it's not like we've had turnover in this staff. The staff responsible for CZCs has been the same the entire time in 2020 and in 2025. Same property, same use, although we're reducing the amount of office and conference space, And ultimately, it's the same purpose. This is a building that provides space for a variety of competing and different uses. So what's the difference? We're not seeking special treatment. We're seeking consistency. And professional services, I mean, again, you want to talk off-ramps? Professional services are accessory to the owner of the building's use and enjoyment and operation of this building. They're not using 50% of it for their professional offices. We could get off that way. We could also focus on the fact that if this was an existing non-conforming use, then staff should have told us, just come and get a conditional use permit and we'll address this that way. But they didn't do that. We could also address it through the fact that you permit office in flex space. And with your amendments to your code, it's in the alternative. There are a variety of ways to do this without creating any unfortunate future difficulties. But we have to be consistent and we have to respect the duty to afford people equal protection and due process. I'll stand for any questions, of which I'm sure you have many.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Mr. Wardle, thanks for the presentation and the passion. You definitely bring that. One question I have. I agree that our code on this flex space needs a lot of fine tuning. We've, even just about a month ago, we had a application that wanted to make some changes to our UDC on flex space to allow their use. I do recall the conversation 8 or 9 months ago that we had with staff about making some adjustments to the percentages of the space. You're actually highlighting something I've long believed, which is I hate to put staff in a position where they're picking in winners and losers on uses, because it's really challenging just depending on, you know, a lot of factors. I think we'd be better served to have very, very little detail on some of this stuff, but that's my own personal philosophy. I guess my question is your issue really about the inconsistency of application, or is your issue highlighting a broader, bigger one, which is we've kind of got a messed up UDC on flex space?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, my position is that my clients just want to be able to utilize the space and want a building permit. So I really don't want to burn your code down. I know why you got here. I sat through these meetings. I've sat here as Adler has bludgeoned you guys as well on what is permissible, you know, flex space. But it's just really problematic when you approve a building permit that makes 100% of the tenancy office space, and the user owner comes in and goes, I want to get a building permit to reduce that to about 60% office, 40% warehouse, storage, and other stuff, to have staff do what they did. And I agree, we don't want them picking winners and losers, but absent a clear policy change, staff cannot articulate to us why they approved this and it required no CZC in 2020 and required this in 2026 when we asked for it. There is that is more damning than staff picking winners and losers.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Wardle, I assume you asked our staff that very question, and I'm going to ask them that same question here in a minute. I'd be curious to hear what your recollection was of their response.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, this has not been an easy process with your staff because, and Caleb, I don't think can answer for them on this because the individuals who are responsible aren't here, but when my assistant is discussing how we initiate this process and the staff member who is the individual responsible for CZCs is uncooperative and says, you're never going to get this approved, there's not a lot of room to work and engage. Because my clients tried that. My clients came in, my clients did everything for 6 months of trying to address what staff needed. And that's when I got called.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I'm curious about the CUP route
Hmm.
and why that wasn't offered up. Help me understand where we're at today. Would your client be willing to pursue a CUP? Just curious.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, my concern had staff said, oh, we view this as a non-conforming use. We can address it through a CUP. We certainly would have explored that. But we're now 6 months after my clients have acquired this space. We are 3+ months after I made this application. We've burned a month getting in front of you for various internal reasons. So the problem I have is, okay, fine. If I came back for a conditional use permit, the fact of the matter is we still have a fundamental problem here. And I anticipate that your staff's argument is going to be, well, it can't be a non-conforming use because we never allowed office in that area anyway. I've reviewed your code. Jurisdictions can't be stopped. We know that's the law, but there doesn't appear to have been any basis to allow vocational rehab into the space. It doesn't appear that there was a permitted use at all for that. So that's why I was reticent to do it. I would have explored it and had those discussions, but it has, and unfortunately, we have a prior landowner that my clients purchased this from that appears to have aggravated your staff on this site and another site and how these uses are happened. And I think that has infected the interactions.
Okay.
And if that's what you'd like us to do, we certainly would consider it. But I mean, your counsel will recognize that I'm going to keep my equal protection and due process claims alive by any means necessary.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Neri and his take on all of it. I was just trying to be solution oriented at this point.
And I appreciate that, Councilmember Strader, because citizens should not have to hire Clark Wardle for applications like these.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Kirk, we want to sign up to provide testimony.
Mr. Mayor, only the applicant.
Okay, is there anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? Okay, seeing no one coming forward, council, do you want to invite the applicant back up to close, or would you like to invite the applicant back up for more conversation, or would you like the applicant to stay seated over there for a little bit and talk amongst yourselves?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cameron.
Or whatever. I do have a question I flagged. I'm going to ask staff. And so it's
Well,
probably appropriate to maybe have staff respond and then
Yep.
give the applicant the opportunity for a rebuttal.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Caleb, Mr. Worrell's pretty clear. He views that this is very similar to the vocational rehab. Help council understand what does staff see as the difference between the voc rehabilitation use and this proposed use?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, members of council, I don't know that there is much of a difference in the two uses. They do both seem like they're professional offices, which wouldn't be allowed in the industrial zone.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I'd love to hear from Mr. Neri, if that's okay. And so Bill, looking at this, we have, it seems like at least a couple of examples where the code is not being applied in a consistent manner. The code, I think we could debate back and forth about the meaning of whether it's applied to the structure, the tenant space, what the definition is, but we have a situation where we've had like what looks like some inconsistency how to address that best? Is a CUP the right way to resolve this? In your opinion, like what is the cleanest way to try to resolve this while we can try to make improvements to our code as needed?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Schroeder, I think you really hit on the really the crux of what's here. And I don't have a great answer for the inconsistency that's been highlighted here in the testimony. I would agree with Mr. Hood. I don't think the prior use should have been approved. I'm not sure what was requested. Up until recently, all that I ever been communicated was that the Kotlinski simply wanted to put a law office in there. That was it. It was just a law office, and law offices aren't allowed in industrial zones. That's not what they're asking, and that's not what's being presented to you today. They're asking to use it as a flex space with a portion of it that's an office. And the office, I think, is implied in our code, but I don't think it's that clear that the intention of the office space is supposed to be related to the flex space, is what is probably intended, but it isn't required. It isn't necessarily defined. So can you have an office space and a flex space in the same physical location, and the office is unrelated, or at least is accessory to the building, but not necessarily accessory to the business? I think you can. I think so. I guess what you have in front of you, council, is I think Mr. Wardle's asking for a couple things. Either to agree with him that this really isn't a change in use and that this is compliant with their code, and it does allow for them to have the law office in a portion of it, to allow the other uses as they anticipate to use in the future, and they're trying to prepare the space for these other uses. It does put a challenge on the staff. We can't monitor every use, and I really been hesitant that just putting a roll-up door doesn't make a place a flex space. But I get that you also have to prepare for other uses. And so that's kind of what I think one avenue you could take is that they are really compliant, but they're not completely, in using it that today, but it does meet the intent of the code very broadly. The other alternative is, as you just stated, Councilmember Schrader, is if the staff was unclear or unsure, and maybe again, they misunderstood or misinterpreted what was being requested, but the staff could have certainly said, look, we don't think it complies with that, but it might comply under a CUP. I think where Mr. Worrell's correct is they may have said, I don't think a CUP is allowed either. So we would recommend denial of a CUP anyway, or we don't think that's allowed. But that's an avenue they could explore, or the avenue, which I think the staff did direct them to, which is appeal their CZC denial and come to you to say, does it either fit? Is there a better alternative, or is it truly not consistent or compliant with your code? So I do think there's a lot of other things. And again, I've known Mr. Kotlinski for 25 years too. So I don't think there's anything here other than trying to comply. So I do think that you have a couple of options here, and I think all of them are pretty reasonable. So I don't know if that answered your question completely, but I think there's certainly avenues here for resolution that would make sense and aren't, as Mr. Wardle said, not trying to literally rewrite the code by one decision. I don't think anyone wants to do that, and I don't think he's asking for that. I think they're just looking for a more rational decision from all of you to one of these directions that would make the most sense. Clearly, they would like you to just agree that it complies, but whichever one you choose, I think is a reasonable resolution for any of it. And I would agree they never should have to hire Mr. Wardle just for that, so that's fine.
Council, any additional questions, or would you like the applicant to come up and make any closing arguments or statements? We won't say he's arguing, he's restating. Bludgeoning.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jeff Wardle. Once again, I want to make two observations. One, I disagree with Mr. Hood's assessment that office is not allowed in light industrial space. It's allowed as part of your flex space. It's also allowed as accessory. Vocational rehab was not permitted under your current code. It's not, a healthcare use is not permitted in the IL. So, you know, again, when I offer off ramps, we're not trying to be cute. We're just trying to, if the goal is to bring space more into compliance than it historically has been, that's what my client's intention has been. Second, as to Mr. Neri, I agree. There are a variety of ways that we can get to where we need. And it's unfortunate that the scope of what my clients have asked for was not fully articulated up from the planning department to the people that have worked on this, because we have tried to be as clear as possible about what we're doing, because I know that helps to explain things. But Mr. Neri indicated, said, well, we don't know what was done in 2020, but we have to hold the city accountable for its approvals. And this is your building permit document. And your building permit document in 2020 said the new use is going to be office space and conference rooms and state of Idaho offices. And it didn't constitute a change of use at that time to do it. And we can talk about the whole issue of whether or not taking that and the Ketlinskis purchasing it for investment and a variety of uses constitutes a change of use. I do not believe that does under the building code, which is why we're here. But I think there are ways to move this forward. But clearly, this has been a application that I don't think, well, it didn't need to get to this point, but it is. So with that, I would request that you grant our appeal and direct staff to issue a CZC for flex space allowing office, or approve the CZC recognizing flex space with Ketlinski Law Office recognized as an accessory use, being accessory to the owner investment property of the property and the whole operation. And with that, let's get out of here.
Easy for you to say. We're here for a while tonight. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. Wardle, just refresh my memory. I'm looking at a document here from 2020. I was not here in 2020. The document says that it is a consistent use. There's no change in use in 2020. What was there before? Just refresh my memory.
Before it was the engineering office, MDS, had occupied a portion of this space.
Not the entirety of
Not the entirety of it, but they occupied that half of it and a portion of it, and they were in suite 101, and then vocational rehab came in and took the remaining portion of the space.
I guess where I'm struggling, Mr. Mayor, follow-up is just, I can see in 2020 that maybe that wasn't the right decision, that it may have been a change of use or at least an expansion of the entirety of the space to office use. I can see that. And I hear your argument about all you want is consistency. And I'm trying to reconcile in my own mind is what do you want consistency with? A decision that was probably made in error in 2020? I don't know. Or a decision that changed the use in 2020, even though the documentation says there was no change in use. In my mind, if only a portion was being used prior to that for office space, and now it's in its entirety, there is a change of use. So I'm just trying to reconcile consistency by your definition and my definition and what we're consistent to.
Well, consistency, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Whitlock, consistency here is that if our goal is to have light industrial space that includes flex space and all of the other things that are permitted with it, when an applicant comes in and says, hey, you have some space here that probably doesn't meet the intent of your code, and we want to make it more like this, especially where we're investing in it for ourselves and for our own personal use. I mean, this isn't a situation where the Ketlinskis have me here asking you to let them rent to a law firm. This is where the Ketlinskis are going, we want to renovate this. We want to renovate half this space. We want to keep the other half for our personal offices and to run that out of it. But then we have these other business uses which would be permitted with either as of right or with a conditional use permit that we may do in the future. And that's why we're investing in it. It's not just a roll-up door. It's eliminating office space. It's adding bathrooms so that you have those elements. So when I say consistency, I guess the other thing too is when you drive into an IL zoned property in Meridian, Idaho, you should be able to understand what your code requires. And your code clearly is not being enforced when it comes to the provision of professional, personal, and healthcare services throughout your IL zone. And what's the solution to that? Well, the solution isn't to go throw those businesses out. The solution is to conform your code to the reality of what this community is doing. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I think we're at a point where we could probably close the public hearing unless there's more questions. My colleagues, if not, I'd make a motion that we close the public hearing on item number 3.
Second.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
start off with some comments here. There's 3 words that kind of I'm thinking about here. Consistency, predictability, precedent. I think consistency from the city is always important. That's why we try to be consistent when we're looking at an application. At least I know personally myself, and I know my colleagues do as well. If we're following the ordinances of the city, the zoning requirements, being consistent in how we make decisions is important. I think predictability from the community and how they work with us is incredibly important as well. A jump ball, so to speak, when an application comes forth or a use is really a difficult situation to put anybody in. And I know that nobody intends to ever do that, but I think we should be mindful that some predictability as people work with us is helpful. They look at what the city code suggests, the uses, and then they make decisions, often significant financial decisions based on some of that. But I also think of the word precedent in understanding that part of the predictability is looking at how the city has dealt with some similar situations and what the city's done to try to understand what they could expect. I think it's unfortunate that we have put our staff maybe in a position that's a little bit unfortunate. I think that's maybe we ought to take a look at some of our language and code to make sure that we aren't putting our staff in a position that's unfortunate for them. They're knowing them and knowing them well. They're always trying to follow the direction that council's today and council previously with the ordinances we've passed to apply the law fairly. But if we ever put them in a situation where their judgment is being questioned, I think, we should look at how we can prevent such situations before. And I don't think there's any malice. I think you actually had that in your slide. There's no malice from staff here. There's maybe a disagreement in how the law is applied. I think for me, when I think if our lack of consistency is a stumbling block to someone being able to exercise their private property rights, so that's our problem. And I think that we need to look at ourselves and figure out how to make that right. I think that starts with council to maybe direct staff to help us be a little bit more consistent in all of this. Under the current situation, I think Councilman Whitlock asked a really fantastic question. What do we want to be consistent with? Consistent with a wrong decision that was made in 2000 or 2001, whenever that was? That's a really great question. I think from my perspective, consistency in predictability about how we've this particular property, how it's been allowed to be used and operated is something where I'm compelled to say, I think I would agree with the applicant that the attempt here is really meant to, they just want to use the property. I think it's in line with the code. If code needs to be cleaned up, I think we should look at that. But I think the lack of consistency from the city, that shouldn't be a problem for the applicant here. And I think that I am inclined to agree with the applicant's request tonight, but I'm open to any other thoughts as I'm thinking through this as well. But just some opening thoughts.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Just reading the code, I'm not convinced, based on reading through it that this is meant to be analyzed on a kind of tenant by tenant basis. I don't even know that that makes a lot of sense. So I think we need to think through this. I think we do need to clean up our code and take a look at it. But I just think from a practical perspective, there really is not a change in use. And if anything, they appear to be trying to bring the building into more compliance with what we're asking for. So just, you know, maybe we're getting caught up, or maybe staff's getting kind of caught up in the technicalities, and they're definitely doing their best. I don't think that they had any bad intentions. I just think this is something where, you know, a decision was made previously on this exact space where clearly office was allowed. I want to be consistent with it. I personally think we should just say it's not a change in use and that it's compliant. But I do think that this definitely raises some important issues that we need to address in our code. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm open to hearing other people's thoughts.
Maybe I'll just share thoughts, because that's where this is. And Caleb's heard me say this, and others in the department, that, you know, I'm not a fan, as a general rule personally, just me personally, of mixed use, meaning you have to put 3 different users on the exact same parcel. No different than all this flex space conversation we've had, I generally haven't been a fan of, because it does create a lot of ambiguities or question marks about what truly makes sense on any given parcel in any given building. And I don't think as a community or staff that we want to get into the level of work necessary to ensure compliance to a level that would be above and beyond how this community operates in a lot of ways. And yes, ask permission versus forgiveness, unfortunately, is not the way you want to see things operate, but it is what happens, unfortunately. You know, when people go in and do something and then they get caught, and then you try to find a way to, and I say get caught, not because they're even being malicious, but people see a piece of property, has a bunch of offices in it, think, why can't I put my office in that property? You know, there is that side of the equation. But, you know, I'm not putting on their professional hats of what they're trying to accomplish, but I think it's also, you know, whether they're arbitrary numbers or that you're trying to find a way to enforce a number doesn't make sense. And so ultimately what I look at it like, in a lot of ways, especially in these spaces, whether it's a mixed use, whether it's a flex space, whatever you want to call it, as a less intense use moves in, buyer beware in a lot of ways, from my perspective. You know, if this is industrial and you want to put something in there, it's not industrial, you might have to deal with what's going to happen around a school facility right across in the backyard, that maybe who knows what it becomes, and those other things. But we also understand that that can also lead to complaints in the future from tenants who maybe they leave, they move out, someone else moves in, and the next tenant's calling code enforcement, trying to get everyone else to comply to what their expectations are. So it can have downstream impacts. I'm just saying these are not fun conversations when it comes to, I don't want to use the word arbitrary, but ultimately we set the numbers that are arbitrary. Staff try to make decisions. There's several different decision points all the way around in every single land use application, no matter how you look at it, when you look at it. We do our best, they do our best. But what makes sense? What's the common sense solution in this location? To me, we have a property owner, a user that wants to move in and utilize the space. That seems to be common sense, if we can get there.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
unless there's any other comments from my colleagues, I'll just make a quick comment. I'm going to make a motion. I agree with a lot of what you just said. I take a step back and I think it's crazy that we should be involved in what's going on in some of these buildings. I mean, approving the type of use in the zoning is one thing. Being really involved in a lot of some of these, what I would consider very minuscule decision points is, I don't think that's a great place for us to be or for staff to be. And I think that's something that we should look at holistically as to what's the right level of involvement from the city in these types of decisions. A bigger, broader question maybe for another day. With that, I'd make a motion that we overturn the director's denial of permit CZCU 2026-0002 to allow a professional service to operate from an existing industrial building in the IL zone. And Bill, if I need to change that motion anyway, would you please advise?
I think that's okay. I think what you're basically wanting is to grant the CZC, grant the appeal and issue the CZC. I think is on the request for Mr. Wardle. Yes.
Yeah, correct. That's what I would like to do. I think my motion captures that.
So I guess.
Have a motion, a second, that I'm not going to repeat. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kavanagh.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Strader. Whitlock.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Good luck. Okay. Council, we ready to move on to the next item? Okay, then with that, we'll move on to the new item 4, which I don't have my last official title, but legislation impacting the city that was passed by the Idaho State Legislature during this last legislative session. And this over to Mrs. Kane.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Emily Kane. I'm a Deputy City Attorney in your City Attorney's Office, and I am here to present on some selected bills that were passed by the 2026 Idaho Legislature. So they were busy this year. 722 bills were introduced, 344 were passed, and of those, I count 56 that impact cities. There may be more or less depending on the specific application, but that's a general rough count. And I'm going to talk to you about 22 today. I'll start with, I've grouped these kind of by department. So I'll start with Public Works. House Bill 555 changed Idaho Code Section 397424 and said that it now says that municipal landfills must pay an annual fee of $4,000 for DEQ inspection. This was a function formerly handled by health districts. So the impact to the city of Meridian is that our landfill fees may increase. House Bill 721 is amends Idaho Code Section 394113. this bill requires municipal public works departments to complete their plan review of public school buildings within 30 days of submission of the plans to the city. So Public Works is prepared to update internal SOPs and their trainings to ensure compliance.
And council, I assume if you have any questions, I would stop as we go along the way instead of waiting until the end. Pick them up one by one.
House Bill 749 amends Idaho Code Section 5222 subsection 5. It says that involuntarily annexed property owners can't be required to hook up to city water and sewer. It also says that if city construction causes the failure of a well or septic system, then the city must pay for any costs that are incurred by the private property owner to repair those. This situation, I'm not sure has ever come up and would be rare, but if it does, you've been warned. House Bill 561 is it's kind of known as the flag bill. So this amends Idaho Code Section 672303A. This code requires this code regulates flags that are flown over government property. So basically all flags are prohibited except those that are specifically listed in the statutory exceptions. And this bill changes some of those exceptions for the flags that are allowed to be displayed on city property. This bill also adds a civil penalty. So if there's a violation of $2,000 a day, and it empowers the Attorney General to enforce the law. Some of the exceptions for flags that are allowed under this bill, official city flags that were established prior to 2023. So that our Meridian city flag was established before that date, so it is allowed. Other countries' flags in recognition of historic, international, and cross-border relations. That's usually the Basque flag or the Canadian flag. Flags of colleges or universities. And then flags, banners, or pennants displayed on city-owned flagpoles, streetlights, property that are not political, religious, or ideological in nature. So the only flags that are flown other than the U.S. flag and the City of Meridian flag are the Tree City USA flag, which was displayed at Parks Properties. And that one's okay. That's not political, religious, or ideological. And then the seasonal banners, the Christmas in Meridian or Trunk or Treat banners that are downtown or on the islands on Main Street, those are also allowed. So this bill does not have a practical effect on the city of Meridian.
Councilwoman Schrader.
This microphone system's driving me crazy. So help me understand the seasonal piece. Are you feeling confident that we're in compliance? Because is there any risk that could be interpreted as being religious as opposed to just seasonal? Help me with that piece. I don't have any issue with it at all. I just want to make sure that we're not running the risk of being out of compliance. And what does it mean if, let's say that we did do that and somebody took issue with it, what would happen? I guess is my question.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Schrader, if there were to be a complaint and a violation or a complaint of a violation, the Attorney General's office would investigate that. There is a warning, so we would have a chance to make our own assessment and assess the risk and take them down if we felt that was a correct complaint. With regard to our seasonal banners, I am confident that they would all be allowed under this bill. There is a largely secular aspect of our Christmas celebrations. They're not religious. So and that has been upheld in other jurisdictions. So I'm confident that even those would be upheld and not the subject of a complaint. And that our other seasonal banners are not tied to any religious holidays.
Thank you. That's helpful.
House Bill 583 relates to short-term rentals, so Airbnb and VRBO. The city of Meridian doesn't regulate these, so this is just for your awareness. We do get a lot of questions about them, but local regulations of short-term rentals are allowed only if that same regulation applies to all single-family homes. So they're really treated as any other single-family home. Cities may not impose licensing permits or registration for those, which we already do not, so we are already in compliance. House Bill 706 relates to the International Building Code. So the International Building Code currently requires 2 stairwells for multifamily buildings. This requirement predates all of the fire suppression measures that are available: sprinklers, enclosures, pressurized stairwells, fire rated corridors. The new law does allow one, so the city would be allowed to do a local amendment of the building code to have 1 stairwell in buildings that are under 6 stories, 1,000 square foot per floor, 4 apartments on each floor. This is really a measure to facilitate multifamily buildings on infill lots because those are strangely shaped or smaller, but this would allow a more flexible interpretation of the building code for a smaller apartment building. As long as it does have those fire suppression measures, then that would address the issue that is also addressed by having 2 stairwells and 2 exits. So the departments can assess whether that would be something that would be appropriate for us,
Mr. Mayor.
for the city.
Councilman Taylor.
A quick question. So this is something that cities can opt into doing is as an amendment to our own building code, or is this, it's by locale, it's not a statewide building code decision, right? Like if the city of Meridian wanted to opt in, we could, we just have to make some changes, but it's not mandated or required.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, yes. So this authorizes us to do a local amendment of the International Building Code. So the IBC that's currently in effect does require 2 stairwells, but we could change that. Yep. House Bill 895 relates to data centers. It states that they may not use water for cooling unless that is supplied by a municipal system. So UDC updates may be necessary. The Community Development and Public Works are assessing that. House Bill 585 relates to electrical, plumbing, and mechanical inspections. It says that those must occur within 48 business hours. And if they don't, the permit holder may hire a third-party inspector and the city would have to refund the inspection portion of the permit fee, as well as explain the delay or refund 10% of the fee. So this is, the building division will update their RFPs, their contracts, their training, but this is something that we're already compliant with. So that we don't foresee an issue with complying with this. House Bill 800 allows, well, the state code currently requires that manufactured homes be a minimum of 1,000 square feet, but under this new law, they can be smaller. The UDC does not currently regulate square footage of manufactured homes, but this law changes minimum dimensions from, it allows them to be at least 400 square foot for single and 800 square feet for double or multi-dwelling. It also changes the law to state that the city must allow multi-dwelling manufactured homes. So right now, the state code does say that manufactured homes have to be allowed everywhere where a site-built residence is allowed. So now that is also extended to multifamily. So manufactured buildings have to be allowed within the city for multi-dwelling or for multifamily. The under the new code, those homes must be allowed, in zones that are in areas that are zoned for multifamily. So the Community Development Department is preparing some UDC updates that would accommodate the manufactured homes in multifamily as well as single family zones. House Bill 1352 addresses starter home subdivisions. So this is a new single-family home development on 4 or more acres. The city of Meridian does not have a separate category called starter home subdivisions. We just have subdivisions. So under this law, the city would have to, so by February 1st, we must amend the UDC to delete minimum lot sizes that are larger than 1,500 feet for starter home subdivisions or for subdivisions. So this means that the city must allow 1,500 square foot lots in all residential districts. We'll have to delete any front and rear setbacks that are more than 15 feet. So that will affect the city. Our front setbacks are currently set at 20 feet. We also need to deal with side setbacks, front widths, lot depths. We need to allow 12 units per acre of density. So this law really just dictates what the comp plan and the land use code must say with regard to these standards. So, community development is preparing updates to the UDC that would accommodate the requirements of this bill as well. This wouldn't change building code, fire code, water and sewer standards or anything like that. It's just the dimensional standards that need to be updated.
Councilman Taylor.
Emily, could you clarify, because I saw on the previous slide, it said cities cannot ban starter home subdivisions, which we don't have. So then we have to apply that to all our subdivisions, if I'm understanding it correctly. Could we create starter home subdivisions and then have those requirements only apply to those subdivisions and not have it apply broadly to all of our subdivisions?
That is a good question.
And it might take a finer reading of the law on that because I think the intention was that legislatively they wanted to encourage starter home subdivisions and that we couldn't ban them. But I think applying this across all of our land use in residential use seems like it's a problem. But if we created a starter home subdivision as an option, then that would be a way for these things to be applied in the city, but maybe not applied broadly. That's a thought.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council member. I might need to defer to Caleb.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, council members, that is essentially our approach. Although the statute does require the city to consider, allow, approve them in any residential district. So we are adding a definition of starter home subdivision. We have to allow them in an R2, an R4, an R8, an R15, an R40. So 12 dwelling units per acre in an R2 could happen. Only if you're 4 acres or more and the lot size is 1,500 square foot or less. So there's some qualifications. It's essentially what you said, but that's our approach. And then we also have to amend the comp plan to talk about that and starter home subdivisions being allowed because you got a conflict there with our comp plan. It says low density residential. Well, not if it's a starter home subdivision anymore. So there's a companion to the UDC changes we're working on. The comp plan changes will be coming as well.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just.
Councilman Taylor.
So we need to add this to our code, starter home subdivisions. But if a land use application comes in, if they don't want a starter home subdivision as part of their application, then the rest of it wouldn't apply to
the rest,
I think I'm tracking, so let me try again. So this is an allowance, not a requirement.
Okay.
Starter home subdivision in any residential zoning district throughout the city going forward after we change this. Doesn't mean you have to do this. It means if you meet those qualifications per the state statute, we have to process you and consider that and allow it. So we're making the allowance. We're not going to the lowest common denominator for every site and everywhere and saying, hey, zoning doesn't matter anymore, although it kind of doesn't with these changes. You can do this wherever, but we're not necessarily telling you have to, if that makes sense.
Mr. Mayor.
That's what I'm sharing.
Okay, so if it must be allowed in any residential district, what this means is, just want to make sure from my own understanding, so anyone that meets the requirements of a starter home subdivision, we have no discretion at that point based on setbacks or based on lot size. But does it change our discretion around other annexation considerations? Like, do other considerations still become applicable?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strayer, two other attorneys here, but I'll start it anyways. So yes, I think the annexation is a different discussion. You have to get there first. So if you don't think it's in the best interest of the community to annex the property, but you will have some properties that are already zoned these things. And I'll even just say there are some sort of outs within the statute. For example, and I don't know, at 4 acres, you're probably not going to get there, but if it's 400 acres of 1,500 square foot lots, and we've got an 8-inch sewer line, we can go, wait, we can't service that because we never planned to service 3 times the density that our infrastructure can handle. So there are some small sort of caveats to the thou shalt allow or approve. There's still some discretion you all will have in that, but it is pretty narrow.
Is there anything though to prevent an annexation for a typical subdivision and then them to modify it once you're annexed?
So, Mr. Mayor, I guess to answer that question, typically 99% of the time we have a development agreement and we're going to tie you to a concept plan. So you can't do the bait and switch of, oh, we'll annex it as R2 and then come in later with so most of the time we have a development agreement, a contract that runs with the land. So you could still do that if you modified the DA and went through that process, but it's.
Do you think, talking to the attorneys, then will the DA protect that over the state law that says you have to allow it if they're annexed?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, until a court tells us different, I would say the contract does apply. It would not be preempted unless the state code either changed and said it preempts all of them, which the state code legislature has done before, but it hasn't here, or otherwise a court says that contract is preempted by right, which I have not seen that before. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mouse.
Your mic's not on. Flexibility, sorry, Dean, and insight. I think in all of the housing bill conversations, I know there's going to be a lot of questions. We're happy to answer them as best we can tonight. We do anticipate coming back to you with recommendations of an approach. So I wanted to share that with you. We've been talking about these at length already. There's still significant questions. I think a little bit to the questioning I've heard recently. The cities still have the right to even deny applications like this for infrastructure. There's no definition of what infrastructure is. So that could, my mind, could that mean roads? Could that mean schools? Could that mean all of the other infrastructure? So those are the types of things we're navigating and trying to get you information when we plan to bring back a full depth conversation on these specific topics. Hopefully that helps a little bit more.
Going. So House Bill 1354 is related to accessory dwelling units. So cities may not ban accessory dwelling units in residential zones or impose restrictions that are more restrictive than exist for single family homes. This bill defines accessory dwelling units and does clarify that motorhomes, campers, RVs, tiny homes on wheels cannot be used as ADUs. Building codes, fire codes, water and sewer regulations, easements, setbacks, those all still apply. Again, more comp plan and UDC amendments are required by February. One detached ADU is allowed in the rear yard of any residence. We must remove off-street parking requirements for ADUs. The law does list a number of exceptional circumstances where that would not be required, but none of them appear to apply to the city of Meridian. We're still looking into that. We need to remove any greater impact or connection fees that we would have for ADUs. Remove size and height restrictions. If they're less than 1,000 square feet, which ours are, the UDC currently limits ADUs to 900 square feet. Planning will probably recommend a code revision that says ADUs may be up to 1,000 square feet or 75% of the size of the primary dwelling, whichever is greater. We no longer have owner occupancy requirements, but those are no longer allowed. We have to approve ADUs as a matter of right. Can be no discretionary consideration, and we must remove any standards or procedures that discourage ADUs. So again, community development is preparing updates that would accommodate these requirements.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Willock.
just for future reference, I think that was a Senate Bill 1354.
You're right. Thank you. My mistake.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor and Emily, first of all, thank you for all of this. And I think I know the answer to this question, but for all of the HOAs that have banned ADUs, that clears their right to ban them, doesn't it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Little Roberts, that's a good question. So I don't recall exactly. There's a separate law regarding HOAs, and there's a date at which I believe there's a cutoff. So starting now, HOAs really can't do anything about ADUs, but I believe that if it predates a certain date, CCNRs can ban ADUs. So it's essentially a contract, but the enforceability of it will get very tricky, I think, especially with when this bill goes into effect in July. So HOAs have lost a lot of power in this area in particular. So I think we will see more ADUs. This does really take away a lot of that. And in concert with the other laws on the books for HOA, does really take away a lot of that, the regulations for ADUs.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yep. House Bill 500 relates to electric assisted bicycles or e-bikes. There was a magistrate case where the court found that e-bikes were not human-powered vehicles, and as a result, there was a citation against the driver who hit an e-bike, and that citation was dismissed. So this closes the loophole. It just says that rules of the road for bicycles, regular bicycles also apply to e-bikes. This was the only e-bike bill that passed. So police training will incorporate this information, and that's the change that we'll see, although it was a pretty obscure loophole. So I think it will not change what we're seeing.
And just for clarification, this is e-bikes, not e-motorcycles.
Correct. Correct. House Bill 533 removed the registration sticker requirement. So those are going to go extinct. Only valid license plate and registration will be required. House Bill 752 is the bathroom bill. It is now a misdemeanor to enter a restroom that is designed for use by the opposite biological sex. There are a number of exceptions, including custodial, medical, detainees at the jail. If there's an emergency, a state of emergency that's been declared, it's a coaching scenario in a sports context, helping dependent children, or if there's only a single user restroom that's reasonably available. And finally, when the user is in dire need, they can enter a restroom designated for use by the opposite sex. So training will incorporate information about this. House Bill 1326 so this is already in effect. This went into effect March 31st. It prohibits government agents from entering private land that's not open to the public without a valid search warrant or exigent circumstances or consent of the property owner. There are exceptions for county noxious weed abatement, but not for city nuisance weed abatement. There are a number of exceptions and none of them apply to nuisance abatement. So we have already successfully obtained one search warrant to abate weeds on private property. So we figured out how to do that, and that's what we're doing moving forward. It turned out to be pretty okay. It was pretty easy. So I think that it just adds a day or two to the process. House Bill 642 provides surviving spouse or dependents with PERSI benefits in the event of a catastrophic injury that results in the death of a police officer or a firefighter. And under this law, the employer must pay the first $100,000 of the benefit. So hopefully we never have to experience this, but this is just for your awareness. House Bill 686 makes it lawful for a government agency to employ relatives of elected officials only if the employee held the position prior to the election of that official. So we will need to update our SOPs relating to nepotism. The city code is already in compliance with this bill. House Bill 1261 extends to elected officials the benefit where a retired PERSI recipient can keep receiving PERSI benefits without accruing additional service credit and without having to make contributions to PERSI, either the employee or the employer. House Bill 894 says that nobody attending a public meeting can be prevented from recording the meeting. City Council could take measures to ensure the orderly conduct of their meetings, but not in a way that would exclude people who are recording. This does not apply to executive sessions, so that doesn't extend the right to record to executive sessions. I would recommend updates to your meeting rules to accommodate this. You're already in compliance, no one's stopping recording, but it would be helpful, I think, to have a written rule for to state that this is allowed. House Bill 1376 changes the way that the city clerk's office handles declarations of candidacy. Those are now filed with the city clerk. The city clerk does have a new job, which is to review and certify the candidate's eligibility when within 48 hours of the county clerk's notice of the final list. The city clerk is also to provide to the county clerk a map of the city council districts by January 1 of every election year. So this just is a new role. Instead of being the primary office that processes the declarations of candidacy, the city clerk will only verify the declaration of candidacy. House Bill 967 relates to the state liquor account and redistributes the money in that account. I won't read to you the whole formula, but the portion that was allocated to the cities goes down. So the county's portion for magistrate courts goes up, and the impact to the city is that the funds available to it from the state liquor account will decrease. House Bill 1350 is contemplating the extinction of the penny. So it will allow sellers to round to the nearest 5 cents in case if there's a penny shortage. So for us, it provides that the rounding difference is not a fee. So it does say by state agencies specifically. So that's an interesting gap for cities, but I would say that that indicates that it's not a fee for us either. So finance is aware of this and they will advise all of our points of sale and look into an SOP. That is it. Are there any questions about these or any other bills?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I don't have a question. I have a comment. I've been really vocal about it, but you know, where your analysis showed out of 344 pieces of legislation that went through, 56 are directly impacting cities. That's 16%. It's just a huge focus of the legislature on the last couple of years, seems to be accelerating. And I just want to say, I don't appreciate the level of micromanagement, especially on land use items. I think it's inappropriate. We have plenty of opportunities for officials and citizens to serve on our commissions, on our, certainly on our planning commission. We have plenty of opportunities for them to weigh in on a number of opportunities. And it feels like this may not be the intention. I'm sure it's not the intention of individual legislators, but when you look at it as a whole, it's hard to come away from this without getting the impression that they're trying to punish cities or hurt cities in some ways. That is the impression I'm getting, and I just want to flag that. Like I'm pretty offended by the level of micromanagement coming from the legislature, and I think that the answer is more dialogue and more interaction and helping our legislators understand, what it's like when you're in local government and the challenges that we face and how we do try to balance everyone's interests. Just as one example, I didn't go through, but there have been bills about just abolishing HOAs on a wholesale basis. Like some of these things I think would incense the citizens of Meridian. And when we are forced to make decisions by the legislature, I intend to let our citizens know where to bring their complaints to. We have land use decisions all the time where we regularly get, 50 to 100 people that show up that are upset. And if we start having to make decisions and our hands are tied, I'm just going to tell those folks where to direct their complaints to.
I think you'll appreciate some of my speech tomorrow.
Looking forward to it, Mr. Mayor.
Any additional questions? Comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Walk.
Emily, thanks for the trip down memory lane for a couple of us that lived this. Little bit of PTSD tonight for me, but I agree with Councilwoman Strader. I think there's been significant overreach, and it's going to be taxing on our agents, our departments, to implement all of this. And when decisions are made and people are angry and our hands are tied, I think we do have to point back to where this is all emanating from. So thanks for highlighting all of it for us, and a lot of work ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Council, can take a 5-minute break before we go into the last item real quick, just to take care of any business you have, and then we'll get going in 5 minutes. All right, council, we'll go ahead and come back from our recess and we'll move on to item 5, which is addition of prosecution services to the Meridian City Attorney's Office. And I'll turn this over to Mr. Neri for what I'm sure will be a team presentation discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, with our team, Emily Kane and Tisha Murray are here as well from our team. All of us together, them primarily, have done a lot of the work since the levy election last fall and meeting with the county, meeting with other stakeholders, meeting with the courts to put this together, to put together this presentation for you as to what's needed. And it's kind of a two-part process. I mean, this is a budget amendment that's in front of you tonight for review. It's not up here yet. That's okay. But there's a budget amendment in front of you tonight for this fiscal year to get this process started. And then you will have continued discussions at the budget hearings starting in a few weeks for the continuing process for this to go forward into the next fiscal year and beyond. But okay. So a little bit of history, and I only went back to 1985 because that's as far back as I go. They've been doing prosecution for the city through a contracted prosecutor even before 1985, but that's as far back as I go. They'd had a private firm, a local law firm that did the city attorney work, both civil and criminal, and we did the prosecution work up until 2002. So in 2002, there was a lot of discussion with the city and wanting a different model. They didn't like the private firm model. The private firm model had been inconsistent. They had some people that were really good and really engaged and really connected with the police force, and they did a really good job. And then we had other prosecutors over the years that weren't quite as connected, weren't quite as engaged in the prosecution process. And so the department wasn't very happy. And so they asked the city council at the time to look at some other model, and we put that out to bid and had a contract with the city of Boise we've had since 2002. And it's been very successful, and we have had good luck with them. The cost has been very manageable over the years. It's grown. Obviously, I think it started back in 2002 at about $150,000. It's now about $850,000. But it's been a pretty successful run with the city of Boise. Now the desire is to move those services in-house and to move them from a contracted service to an in-house service that will be managed by our office. And so this is a compilation of a lot of time and effort and work that's gone into it to bring to you what this is going to take to do this effectively, to do this as efficiently as we can. And so we can get right into it now. This is what prosecutors do every single day. And I highlighted a few because some of those are what I would call the lift that is a daily thing. Attending court hearings, coordinating with witnesses, negotiating with defense attorneys, obtaining warrants, evaluation and screening of cases, discovery and disclosure. That is a grind. That is a lot of effort, both by support staff as well as prosecutors, to put that out. There are time limits that are required. There are rights that are attached to those things. They have to be done timely, they have to be done quickly, and they have to be done thoroughly. And it is done daily. It is not something that can be done when you can. It has to be done all the time. There are other things. Again, there's a lot of things on this list. I only highlighted those because those are what I think of as the daily grind of a prosecutor. But all of these things come into play on a daily basis. And again, if you look at number one, attend court hearings, those are 5 days a week. There are 10 to 11 courtrooms. The city of Meridian, there are two things, and we'll get a slide a little bit later. There are two things that go on and that you have to consider when you're looking at prosecution. You're looking at coverage. So you have a number of courtrooms with varieties of hearings that go from 8:30 in the morning to 3 to 4 in the afternoon, depending on what it is. And there are a varieties of different types of settings: sentencings, trials, court trials, pre-trials, arraignments. There's a lot of different types of court things that all require a prosecutor to be in attendance for. And again, there's 10 or 11 of them that are going on any given day. Some days may be lighter, but generally there's somewhere between 7 and 10 every single day that has to be covered. There are different hearings that have to be covered. Then the secondary piece of that is the volume. Now, the way it has worked with our contract is we don't have to deal with either one of those things. The city of Boise does our contract currently, as all of you know. And they cover all the courtrooms anyway, and they were already there, and they have a number of cases, and their volume is higher than Meridian's. So they may be there for 10 cases that are theirs and 5 cases that are ours. Now, because we're going to be doing it, we need to be there for those 5 cases that are ours, whether they're the first one or the last one. We have to be there for all of them in every courtroom all day as needed when the court is calling this case up. So we have to be available for the coverage and the volume. And again, the other things all are just part of the process of prosecution. So again, adequate staffing. Again, attorneys, we need attorneys to attend all the hearings. There's at least one person that needs to be in the courtroom. There's enough non-court time. That's the other stuff on that list that takes time. Preparing cases, talking to witnesses, reviewing police reports, reviewing evidence, doing all of that back room work to get prepared to be in court. Again, think of it like Law and Order. You only see the front end. They don't show you the grind. They don't show you people sitting in the library. They don't show you people writing briefs. They don't show you people making phone calls. They don't do any of that. You see the courtroom stuff. Well, all of that requires a lot of effort to get to that. So they need time to do that. And that's, again, the responsibility of all the attorneys that we're talking about. They have to have enough attorneys for both the court time and non-court time. They have to have support staff to help support that and be able to prepare all that discovery and evidence and proceed all the evidence or the things that are required to be filed for discovery with defense attorneys in the court to meet those timelines and requirements. And again, we also have attorneys and non-court time to supervise, evaluate if once we eventually can have interns or externs as part of this team. We need people to supervise this group. You know, we're talking again, a fairly large group of people. Boise City has 17 attorneys and 15 support staff to meet all those courtroom requirements and their volume. Ada County, their misdemeanor unit has 10 and a half attorneys and 10 support staff. Both of these departments, especially Ada County, have more attorneys than that do criminal work. So they have other attorneys in their felony criminal work, but they don't generally are going to do this stuff, but they have 10 and a half attorneys plus the support staff. And again, Boise City has 17 attorneys to cover that because of the volume. So anticipate increased case volume, prosecution transitions to in-house, because as all of you could imagine, there are things that we don't know. As much as due diligence as we've done, as much effort as we've done to get us to here, there's things that are probably going to come up that we haven't determined yet. Or that other people that, even though we've talked to Ada County, we've talked to Boise City, and we've talked to the court, and we've talked to the court administration, there will likely be things that'll come up and they're like, oh, didn't you guys know you're supposed to do this too? And we'll learn that. But we know we're going to have increased volume because, again, as our population increases, our department increases, we're going to have more cases. That's just the nature of the beast. This entire, county and valley is going to increase over the next 5 or 10 years. So the likelihood of this going up and increasing is only going to go up even more. Staffing challenges can create situations that threaten licensures. Attorneys are bound by rules of professional conduct. One of the biggest concerns of our team is making sure we have the appropriate amount of staffing to cover all of these needs, because again, people get sick, people are gone, people are on vacation, people leave, and we have to transition. We have more people that have to come on, and all of those deadlines have to be met. So we tried to put together a plan to try to address that the best we can, but it's kind of phased. I mean, we anticipated needing to grow over the next few years, and this is really to open the door. And that's what we're looking at today. We're looking at what do we need to get this up and moving in an expeditious way as best we can, with the anticipation that it's going to need to grow over a very short window of time so that we don't run into these issues of concern that can be for the attorneys, that they're not meeting the court's requirements, not meeting the deadlines that are necessary, and not meeting the requirements of compliance that are necessary. So staffing for court hearings. Again, an attorney is going to have to go to court. Attorneys are going to court every single day. It's unlikely of the prosecution team we're going to have to start that those folks aren't going to go to court every single day. And they're going to have multiple courtrooms on days that you will have to cover because of that. So regardless of the case volume, the prosecutor's office must be there for all their hearings. Judges have told us as they get busy, that they understand that there are going to be challenges on us being in every courtroom and every minute of the day. I'm going to accept them saying that. My experience and my colleagues behind me would tell you, they might tell you that. They don't always act like that. Sometimes they get a little testy when you're not there. And so they do expect us to be there. So again, here before November 2025, the city cases were before 5 judges and the county had 5 judges. So they had a set up calendar that was divided between city and county. Now, again, they were predominantly dealing with Boise and Ada County, and that Boise had all of our cases. Ada County has all their own cases. Now, after November, they decided that the system they didn't like for varieties of reasons. And now they divided it up under 10 courtrooms, and sometimes there's 11 because we have an out-of-county magistrate that hears some cases. So now we went from 5 to 10 for everybody. So instead of 5 for cities and 5 for county, it's 10 for everybody. So you can have a courtroom that has Ada County and Meridian cases and Boise City cases all mixed in with the court calendar. So that was a choice by the court. After our election, after we met with them in November, all they told us was, oh, the court calendar is going to change, but it'll be fine. And what we found is we went from 5 to 10. So now trying to cover all of them because they're all happen around the same time. Now, again, we may not have something in every courtroom every single day, but I can't guarantee that. I have to presume most days we're going to have something in every courtroom. So here's an example. And so here is an example back in August of 24. This would have been an average day or an average week of, or excuse me, an average day of a calendar for a week of when we would have something for Meridian. So you'd have, again, these are all judges' names at the top of these columns. So although there's 13 across the top, you can see on a given day, on this one day, there were some things in one courtroom at 8:30 and another thing, that same courtroom at 1:30, had jury trials, which could happen or not. Those kind of depend. Those take most of the morning to resolve, and sometimes they resolve, sometimes they don't. If you have a trial that goes, that's all day. That's going to be there the whole time. It could even go to another day. Most days it's done in one day. Pre-trial conferences, there was only 6, but those could go from 8:30 in the morning till noon. So they could tie you up most of the day, depending on those. But you can see, it's a fairly small amount of cases related to Meridian back in 24. And here's the same court calendar. Here's other cases, other days, or this is Tuesday of the same week, showing again how it kind of spreads out. And that's kind of what we were basing management from, that had been the system. How long had that been in place, Emily, did they say?
You got to get on the record.
Yeah, okay. So it had been in place for a number of years before they decided to change to this back in November. Again, here's another day. This is Wednesday. Again, you can see it's a little bit busier now. You got jury trials. There's a jury trials calendars almost every single day. Arraignments are every day. All of these things are every day. And again, I believe the numbers next to them are the number of cases that were Meridians at that time. Here's Thursday of that week. Here's Friday of that week. Okay, this is now December of 25. This is an average day. This is a Monday. This is Meridian's caseload for that day. So we went from 3 or 4 courtrooms to almost every courtroom on that one day in December. This is just an average day. And you've got arraignments, you've got pretrials, you've got PC, you've got jury trials, you've got pretrial settings, you've got arraignments. I mean, everything you can have morning and afternoon. Those things can tie you up all day, or they can tie up a few hours. It depends. Again, you may only have one case in there. There is no way to make judges choose. They have a court calendar set for them through their system. So you could be the first case, you could be the 10th case. Judges aren't going to shuffle them around for us. So you get what you get. You have to wait for your turn, just like everybody else. Here again, here's that same week. Here's Tuesday. Here's Wednesday. Here's Thursday. Here's Friday. So that's the challenge we've been working through these last few months to try to figure out how to make this happen so we can get this done. Again, back to my earlier comment, we dealt with case volume and courtroom coverage was fairly level. And because of the way the system was designed, it was a fairly even system in trying to do that. Now it's like that. And again, the case volume is only going to go up as we get bigger. But the courtroom coverage got expanded by the court. That's the way they chose to do it. So here's what we're looking at today and what we're looking at the future. So right now, the right-hand side of this picture, the stuff that's in teal and the bright green, is currently the way our office is situated today with our civil division. This is what we're looking at on the criminal side. We've got 7 attorneys and 3 support staff to manage all of those cases. It's got 6 prosecutors, total of 7. One of them is going to be the chief deputy or the manager of that, but that person is going to be going to court because we need the coverage. We need them to also be going to court and being a working supervisor as well. And then again, all of the support staff, although we have a supervisor, they're all going to be working on that process that's required to meet compliance of discovery. Here's what we look at in the future as we grow. We're looking at shifting around our civil a little bit and looking for the long term and creating a chief in our civil side as well, and trying to create a little bit more structure of the group, and also with our risk management. I'm looking for the long term in moving risk management, so it's not necessarily an attorney function, but a legal department function with a risk manager. So that's kind of the intention, is to kind of segue into that in the future, hopefully in the next fiscal year in FY28, if we can make that happen. Some of that's going to be driven by workload and some of that's going to be driven by cost. And here we are in 29. Again, this is adding more prosecutors, adding more civil division paralegal so that the risk manager can focus on the risk management responsibilities and not all the paralegal stuff on top of that as well. And then again, trying to keep up with the caseload requirement and also dealing with sick and vacation and absences and everything else that goes on with a daily things. Things in the civil division oftentimes can wait, or the other folks can pick up that slack when somebody's gone. On the criminal side, it is very difficult to do. As you could tell, when you have to be in multiple courtrooms, somebody being gone is a pretty tough one to have to backfill for. So that's going to be the challenge that we're already facing. Again, FY30, again, we're looking at adding another police attorney. Again, the police department's only getting bigger and the area of law is becoming more and more complex. And we're likely to need more prosecutors and support staff to meet that demand. So we trying to anticipate and at least give you a snapshot for you today, as well as future councils, where we intend to see this going over time. We looked at office space and trying to figure out where we could go and how we would make this work with, the physical spaces we already have, or whether we look outside the city. And we looked internally, and we can make the human resources current department work for this team. There's some change and there's some office remodel that has to be done. Most of it is not moving walls or adding doors or adding more expensive types of remodel and TI work. It's more of adding cubicle walls and some furniture and things like that. There's a few locks that have to be adjusted. There's some few things that have to be done for security, but most of it is things that are kind of practical and affordable, and the physical space is big enough to be able to have this many people in it. Partly because many of these prosecutors are not going to be physically here all the time because they're going to be at court. And they're going to have to go to court more often, but they're going to have a physical workspace here so that they can work in the office when they have the time, so that they have a space to work here, as well as working from their laptop, working from the courthouse, working remotely, and unfortunately working in evenings at times for this as well. So timeline, again, we have a budget amendment for you tonight. That budget amendment is for the rest of this fiscal year. That gets us started. That's buying the software that's needed to get that going, get that implemented. That's to get the office space started and getting that redone and the furniture bought and all the things that are needed to get that physically done, and also to begin some hiring. It's only the hiring portion of the staff. Probably going to be hiring the 2 main people, the main admin support, or the main admin person, and the main prosecutor, to get this team up and running as quickly as we can. And that's looking at them towards the end of this fiscal year, before the beginning of the next budget year, and then hiring the remainder of those, that'll be in your budget discussion in a few weeks, where those are going to be coming from. So again, HR opens, we're going to be looking at hiring. We've got training and certification to do. We got to work with the court to prepare for that transition. And then again, it's getting the prosecutors and staff on board, get all of their training done. Again, part of this, what's the challenge we have is I don't know what the marketplace looks like today. I don't know what the hiring market looks like. Because we don't have a existing staff, we don't have people that already have existing experience with us. So we're looking for people with experience to begin this team with, because to be honest, I don't have the bandwidth of a staff to simply hire 8 people who just got out of law school last week. That's not going to work. We need people to have experience. I don't know what that market looks like, but that's what we're looking for, is that because you have to remember, all of these folks have to support themselves. Because again, I don't have 15 people like Boise City does. I don't have 50 attorneys like Ada County does, even though only 10 and a half are their misdemeanor staff. They have 50 attorneys there. We don't. So I don't have the depth of that to look for people who don't have experience. So we're going to be looking for that. Again, traces would move over from Boise City, and then our desire is to have this up and running by January. So it's incredibly ambitious. It is as warp speed as I can come up with, and that's the best I think we can do. And again, that is totally dependent on the market and hiring and what that looks like out there. I know that's been a challenge for other agencies out there in our community in hiring attorneys. So I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know how difficult that's going to be. This is certainly our desire and direction we'd like to go. So here's the budget. Okay, this is the cost of personnel, the ongoing costs, the one-time costs, and the total that's going to be in the FY27 budget. So this budget is for the budget amendment request is for the 8 weeks of wages, 2 months of legal support services, and then the office updates, computers, phones, software, all of that. That's where that 271. But the ongoing cost that you're going to see in a few weeks is $2 million. Questions? Did I miss anything?
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Council, I'm just going to start. I think one of the things that we learned through this was there's a lot of frustration post levy in conversations with the court. And I'm going to be the first to say, I don't necessarily agree with everything that you saw in this presentation today. I think there's stuff we know, and I think there's stuff we don't know. I think there's a lot of assumptions through this, how many staff we will need or won't need in coming years. I could say that the 3 of us in this room had a conversation with the current chief administrative judge, and I think I got a different impression from that takeaway. And I think that we've had conversations with the Ada County prosecutors about, are there better ways to do the court system to keep costs in a line, to make it easier? I don't know where those conversations will go. I will say that they're not done. They're going to continue to happen. And I think that there's also collaboration that can exist with our partners in Boise and Ada County moving forward. So I'm not committed to this, but I want you to be aware of at least what they are saying from their perspective on this. But I think there's to be determined in the future on what we actually end up at. But I think what you saw was, in my mind, a very worst case scenario, not a likely outcome. That's my 2 cents, but I wasn't going to prevent them from sharing this information.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Kind of tag along on your comments. I was present in the meetings with the court administrator and Ada County with the mayor, and we talked about where we're looking at going versus this change to the court calendar. They didn't know, or stated they didn't know, that we were looking at changing how we do business. So what they were looking at, and I'm going to try to be as non-specific but specific at the same time. The Ada County Prosecutor's Office and the Boise City Prosecutor's Office have very different ways that cases are handled. The court administrator was trying to solve a problem between one agency who wasn't dealing on any cases. You get a case, you're going to court, and another one that was trying its best to wheel and deal those cases because they had a large number. The assumption by the court was that we were going to continue, as always, to be part of that big bucket. When we explained that what we were really looking at was to become more like how Ada County operates, that kind of threw their whole thought process into array. And the idea of this meeting was to have them reconsider the request to spread us out over this many courts and to start to bring us back where maybe Meridian can have fewer courts and Ada County can have fewer courts, because who they're going to need to spread out is probably going to be the city of Boise, because they're trying to spread out the workload. No promises were made. It was a very good meeting. I think it was productive. I think we got all the right people at the table to explain what we're doing, being very clear about what our intentions were as a city to prosecute our cases going forward, what the whole reason we did our levy. But understand this. We were sitting at the table with Ada County because the city of Boise, Ada County, who also represents Garden City and who also represents CUNA and Star and Eagle, they're all at the table having the same concerns that we are. We were not the only one. Everybody was having concerns over this new calendar and stretching their resources thin. So it wasn't just one agency in Meridian saying, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? It was all of them. Boise had actually met with them before we did. I don't know how that meeting went. We were just told they had a meeting because they were concerned about being spread too thin. So the goal is to work directly with our partners and the other prosecution agencies in this valley to try to come together with a new version of how that trial court calendar is going to be that will work better with where we're going to be with our philosophy, where Ada County is with their philosophy, and where Boise City will continue to be with theirs. I'm not saying it's not going to be a challenge. We knew going into this it's going to be a challenge. I just think they don't want us to fail. They want to make sure everyone can succeed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Bill, and maybe if you were in the meeting too, I'm not sure if the courts had suggested a minimum amount of staffing level to adequately cover the courtrooms with the new changes. Was there ever a suggestion for them to say 7 is right, 10 is right? Because I see the numbers starting at 7 in fiscal year 27, and then each year we're adding. I know the casework will go up, but as it's presented in this presentation, the coverage is going to start right away. That would exist, assuming they didn't make any changes, and maybe they do. But is there a suggestion from the courts as to what an appropriate staffing level for the city of Meridian would be?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, I believe we asked specifically if 7 would work, and the administrative judge did express his opinion that it probably would. And he made a commitment to advise the magistrates to essentially be patient when attorneys were not in the room because they were covering other courtrooms. I guess I would add that, the judge's focus is that in court time. So they're not considering what's happening outside of court. Those other, 10 dozen responsibilities that is required to have a successful appearance in court and to be ready to cover several courtrooms at the same time. But to answer your question, he did say that 7 should be adequate to cover the courtrooms that they have set up.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Taylor.
So probably adequate to cover the courtroom work in the day, and that was one item on the big long list. So I haven't done a lot of work in courtrooms. My cousin was a county prosecutor and I don't know if courts necessarily care too much about what we all think in terms of, I think they would be more like, this is what works for us, so please find a way to work with us. I could be wrong. I'm not overly optimistic about how they may, what changes that they would consider as opposed to the direction they're going in right now. What I'm wondering is, in fiscal year 29-30, we're up to 10, 11 attorneys. Is that, in your professional opinion, the appropriate level in year one? I understand maybe 7 is what we could afford potentially, and then we grow into it, but is 10 where we need to be in year 1 versus 7?
I'll be real frank with you, Councilmember Taylor. I do think 10 would be better. And I, because we record this and because this is on the internet, I will tell you the judges will do their very best to be patient. My experience has been that doesn't work very long. That has not been my experience. Now, I haven't been in criminal court for a long time, but Ms. Murray from my team has. And it's dependent on the judge and dependent on the day and dependent on the circumstances. So not being there consistently is going to be a concern. And we're trying to be the best we can to not be absent consistently. But more would be better for other things too. I mean, again, it isn't just to have more people to answer your question, but because there's out of court work that needs to be done. There is other things that have to be done daily by prosecutors. And so what I really would like to avoid is that, again, it's not even talking about absences, sick, vacation, and anything else. Let's just talk about the daily work. I really would like to avoid a situation where as soon as, prosecutor A is done with courtroom 1, because we only have 7 people, they got to run over to courtroom 3 and take care of that stuff. And then they got to run over to courtroom 5 because somebody's sick today, or they got to go pick up their kid and they're gone. And now all of a sudden, the day they intended to do their other stuff and take care of discovery and talk to witnesses gets pushed aside, and they got a jury trial in 2 days. They got to prepare for. So I'm trying to, ideally, if I had a larger staff, they would have a little more room and flexibility so they aren't working at night. They aren't working every Saturday to try to keep up with the grind, because the grind doesn't change. The court does not, to be honest, the court does not care about our staffing needs. They care about the court. They care about their needs. That's just the way it works. So the answer to your question, yes, I would rather have more. I recognize that that is problematic. And so this is what we believe is the best to get us in the door to start this off. If that's where we want to go, we think we can make this work. But we don't want to kid you or any future council that it's not going to be more people needed to make this more efficient and more effective to deal with all the things that we don't know yet, and the things that may or may not come true, that what we hope to have come true, and what the reality of the day-to-day grind is.
Mayor, just one last question for now.
Councilman Taylor.
So Bill, you talked about the timeline. We're looking at January 2nd, 2027 of taking over the entire caseload. It's June 2nd. What you're saying is you have to bring on 7 prosecutors, some support staff, have them trained, ready to go, and pick up the baton as seamlessly as possible in January, in order to avoid any of the issues you had on your slide with licensure, things like that, that would, I don't get us in trouble is the right word, but be a real challenge. That is incredibly ambitious, which you acknowledge when you're presenting it. Not starting this up, not knowing if the wages that we're offering is competitive, if we're going to be attracting people, if we're going to get the experienced people or not. Is this a realistic timeline? And I know you're going to say more time is better. That's always easier. I'm concerned that this time frame is overly ambitious in terms of being successful on day one, because what I don't want to see is to really screw this up in January, and that we're mishandling a lot of cases. We're not covering it. We're making the justices upset. We're not in the courtrooms where we need to be. What if we can only actually bring on board 3 prosecutors? Then what do we do? So those are some real concerns I have in terms of the timeline, which I know is overly aggressive. But I mean, can you speak to that just a little bit in terms of your confidence in standing this up in 6 months?
I am Councilmember Taylor, I am not going to kid you. It is ambitious, and it is the desire to us to move to in that speed to get this going. Here's the challenge. Again, and I think I said this to you folks a couple, 3 years ago. It is like a firehouse. I cannot open the door with 3 people. If I only have 3 prosecutors, I cannot take on a caseload of 10 courtrooms. That is a massive failure, and we can't do that. And I've said to the mayor, oh, that timeline is contingent on us hiring people. I have no idea if that's going to happen. That's our desire. But I can't do it with 3. And I have asked the city of Boise and I have asked Ada County, is there any way to transition this? And the answer to me was no. Once it's yours, it's yours. So you tell us what day it is and the spigot goes from us to you. That's it. Now, the things that they will retain, like the city of Boise, if they have a case where somebody gets arrested on October 3rd and they have a court date on October 5th and they don't set a case till April, that would be ours. But if they have a case in November that gets set to January 3rd, they're going to keep it. But other than those kinds of situations, their direction to me was, once you tell us a day, everything's yours. And the court looks at that too. You tell us what day it is, everything from that day forward is yours. The court is not going to divide these up like, oh, you told us that one's Boise's and that one's your. They're not going to do that. You tell us what day it is, that's theirs. I asked Ada County, is there any way to work with you on coverage? And the answer was no. We will advise you, we'll help you, we'll do whatever we can to make you successful. No, we're not doing your work. And we really can't have them do our work for us. I've done this a long time. I've never had attorneys cover other people's cases for other jurisdictions. That's not how it works. You have to do your own. That's who the court determines. You are the assigned attorney or the assigned agency. Boise City is not our deputies. I'm not theirs, unless we are deputized on that case. That's not how it works. So it is ambitious. I agree. That's the timeline we were asked to meet, and that's the timeline we will try to meet it. That's the direction we go.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Bill, so you said that the date you pick is the date that it happens. Do you have any, like 3 months from now, you go, it needs to be March 1, not January 1. Do we have that kind of wiggle room to say the whole load gets postponed 2 months?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Little Roberts. So we haven't, that's what the court has told us. We haven't told the court January 2nd. That's the desire we're looking for. The city of Boise, we have a proposal that's in your budget packets that you'll see that will continue with their contract, and we have an escape clause, so we can cancel that when we need to. And I asked them to put that in there for this very reason, because again, I don't know if it's going to be October, January, March, June. I don't know. And so they understand that. And so there is an out clause, there is some time limit that we have to give them to do that. And so there is some financial cost to doing it and all of those things. But again, it's going to tell us pretty quickly what the market looks like. We put this out for hiring, and honestly, within the first month, and I have 3 applicants for 7 positions, I'm going to tell you the market's kind of soft, and it's probably not going to be able to fill those positions very quickly. If we put this out and within the first month I have 10 or 15, great. I'm not thinking that's going to happen, but I don't know. So I really am contingent on what's the market out there, as I just don't know.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Hey, Bill. So the timing, it's just tough. This is a tough timeline. And I really wish there was a way for us to grow into it more organically. I'm glad that you tried to have those conversations, it sounds like, about, is there a way to transition? Is there a way to have certain types of cases covered by Boise? It's not really in their best interest to have an abrupt transition, I would think, either. So I'm kind of surprised that that's how they look at it. Did you get any more color on that? Like, is there any creative way of saying, okay, you know what, we're going to hire 3 prosecutors this year, and they're going to take on, maybe one really narrow segment of the caseload, and we renegotiate that contract to kind of reflect that. Is there any flexibility there at all?
So, and maybe Tisha might help answer this. I can tell you, one of the problems with that is the way the court calendaring system is built. It is built towards agencies. So it is very difficult for courts to say, well, for example, I'll take the most basic one. You have jury trial cases and court trial cases. Court trial cases are mostly for tickets, traffic tickets and the like. It's really difficult to tell the court, okay, all the court trial tickets are going over here and all the jury trials go over here because sometimes things change. And so that's part of the driver, is that it's hard for the court. The court has told us they don't do it that way. If this is Meridian's, because they look at the agency that issues the citation. So if Meridian gives a ticket, that goes to Meridian, and that's how it works. They don't have a way to say, oh, but these are court trial. Oh, this is a traffic ticket, it goes over here, it doesn't go over there. They don't do that. So could we contract with them to do it for us and pay them to do it? Haven't talked about that, whether or not that would be practical or logical for them. Right now, their view is, again, you have a whole caseload. Now it comes to you. We have it, now it's yours. So we haven't discussed if there's any other way, but when we talked to them, I asked them twice, is there any way? And the answer was no. Once you tell us, it's yours.
Hmm.
Is there something, Sarah, so you're gonna add to that? No? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I have a few more questions. Help me understand why we're considering this as a budget amendment to get started, besides the timeline. Like, but help me understand more why a budget amendment now, as opposed to just really fleshing this out during the budgeting process, taking whatever time we need to like really plan this. Because I understand we have a contract and that is a dynamic too involved with this, but like, help me understand that better. Why we're not just going to wait, a couple weeks, get this kind of longer term plan.
Mr. Rimmer, as a council commissioner, I mean, the timing is yours. I mean, the direction to me was, we'd like to get this up as soon as we can. The soonest I could do this is January. Based on all of this, we'd have to get this started. IT has told us a number of times, the software and the upload of all that software and all of that takes about 6 months. So if we don't buy it now, and we buy it in October, it's still 6 months. So we're going to be 6 months out regardless. But the timing, if we were to say October, and we don't do a budget amendment, we just say, let's go through your normal budgeting process, and maybe we approve this come October, again, with the same model we presented to you, or whether we look at changing the model some, that certainly can't. All of it is just push the time out further, which means we're going to need Boise City to do the work for us until we get there, which again, is totally up to you folks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
That's very helpful. And then I just have one more question. It's a little bit off the wall and it may be a brainstorming question. Have you all started to think about, AI transforming the legal profession and kind of how we can start to leverage those tools as well, right? I mean, you have a number of support staff. I understand we're not going to replace all the humans with machines, so no one panic. It seems like individual people with the right tools are going to be able to do more. Have you started to explore some of those conversations, and how are you sort of thinking about emerging technologies as like a force multiplier when it comes to this stuff?
Councilmember Schroeder, that's a great question, and you're asking the wrong dinosaur in the room about how to do that. I don't disagree with you, and I don't imagine, okay, now, again, I didn't put that number of 1985 in there as a joke. That truly was when I started.
Yeah.
The way we do things today is vastly different than we did 40 years ago.
Sure.
Is that gonna be where at least some of the technology is gonna go to help for some of the efficiencies of the process? I would imagine it will. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna see changes in the courtroom about humans being there trying cases in front of other people with judges and clerks and all that. I don't see that changing. The technology now, again, every trial I know of people that do them today, and Tisha can correct me, do you do any trials anymore without a PowerPoint? They don't do any without PowerPoints. I used to do it with one sheet of paper and I just wrote my notes on it. That's it. So I can see that coming, but no, we have not anticipated how that would play into this today.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
My feeling about the budget amendment right now. I just open this dialogue, we're going to ask questions and go back and forth. My gut feeling, just based on your conversation so far, is that we're not ready. I feel like we need to take the time to get it right. And if that means a year of planning this in further detail and really getting like a plan that can be executed and working, I think especially it sounds like with the judges and their administrator and their calendar and trying to hammer out some solutions around that. I just don't really think it would be wise for us to bite off. I'm worried about, like, this is a budget amendment that it's not super material. I don't love budget amendments generally, but then I feel like this sets us down off this rocket path toward January, where I don't think that makes sense based on what you're saying. I mean, it really sounds to me like understanding the magnitude of what you're taking on and everything. It just feels to me like we need to honestly take our time and really flush this out. That's my general reaction to this so far, is just, we're not there yet. I think it's understandable. We want to get there. You know, we've set an objective of where we want to go, but we need to figure out a path. And I don't think that path is clear at this point, just based on what you've said, especially with the examples. Like, we saw the court calendar. You've got at least, there were some days where like 10 or 11 slots were full. And if we can't meet those 10 or 11 spots, we're not going to succeed. And so we need to hammer these things out, I think, before we even consider a budget amendment or anything like that. To me, that's just my feedback so far. We're just not there yet.
And I'm going to just kind of speak to that point from two sides of this. From my perspective, we're never going to answer any questions if we don't start. There's nothing that we can do unless we said we're going to bring in 20 attorneys to know that we're going to be able to cover everything fully, no matter what our number is, or how many attorneys we can hire, or what our timeline is to set stuff up. Till we start, we know we've got minimum 6 months. I put in your budget document, one-time funds to cover the Boise contract for 3 months. If you want to extend that for another 3 months beyond that, great. That's coming out of fund balance. That's where that is being funded, as we want to make sure that we cover the personnel needs for the year for what we would want to try to hire no matter what. So that's the one side of this. But if you want us to put more money in the budget to extend the time frame out to contract with Boise, that's not an issue. We're just trying to push as fast as we could, but knowing until we start, we can't probably answer any of these questions efficiently. I don't think the courts are going to give us an answer in the short term that says that they're willing to. I think they want to play with their system. They just adopted it. They're not looking to walk away from it. I have to trust the conversations that we had with the administrative judge, that they're going to work with us on this. So I feel like we've been given as much of assurance as we can to begin this process. But until we get into it, that's why it's great that Bill can showcase, well, here's where I think we need to be. I don't think we know that. Again, they could change the court system back to the old system next year. And next thing I know, we got too many attorneys because of coverage. I know that's not the case, Bill. Don't get me wrong.
It's not going to happen.
No, but that's where I'm like, to me, this is about getting the process started. And if we want to delay and start the process in October, just know that we will be under Boise's contract for a year, probably fully under their contract, with this request still in the budget, that we will want to be funded, because we will still want to start the process at that point in time. So I would encourage us to move this forward sooner rather than later, and say, let's put more money into the fund balance to extend this beyond January if we think that's necessary. Or we can come with the budget amendment in October for the additional funds once we know more about this. But we are getting into the timeframe where finance has no more budget amendments for the year. So we either will put this on hold until October, because technically, I guess they allow us to post the positions in September. Is that when we're allowed to do that, after the council approves the resolution before? So that's the first time we can't even post a position until we get to that point in time. And those are the things that just delays the questions as much as getting to the answers. So that's why we want to bring this forward, so we can at least start the process. And the further we get along sooner, the more we can work with Boise if we need to extend or look for a different approach if we can't find people to even do the work. That's my 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Another quick, just to tag along, just to be clear, and I'd leave it to Tishra and Emily to agree or disagree with this statement, but the court calendar is not going to change as long as Boise represents Meridian cases, because the sole reason they did it was to try to spread out the cases more evenly across all of their magistrates. The only point in time they would look at making that change is if we changed and became more like Ada County, and they would then look at changing it to more evenly redistribute the cases under the new philosophies of the agencies. I don't see them making a change back to what they had before until we make that change and pull the switch. So I don't see the court administrator making that change before we make our decision and move forward.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Overton, I would agree with that. The court didn't say that specifically, but that is certainly the implication given the imbalance in the calendars. So that would, I think that's a fair supposition that it would tip one city into the heavy user range like the county is. And that would, I think, incentivize a change to the court's calendars that probably isn't there now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I think part of the challenge, just speaking openly, like part of the challenge is also the fiscal impact, right? Looking at the totality of where you need to go, it's $2 million price tag. It seems like based on the change in the court's calendar and how they schedule their cases, has been a change in the circumstances around standing up this team and the resources needed. Like prior to that change, what would have been your adequate number of prosecutors, I guess, would be my question, under their previous system?
Fair question, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Schrader. I mean, I couldn't tell you. I mean, ideally, I would always prefer to have more people than coverage that's required. So there's always a little bit of room for absences, sickness, vacations, things like that. I always want a little bit of cushion. And again, I don't want to tie up people in court all the time. Now, looking at the way the calendar was in that 24 example, I think you probably could get by with about 5 to 7 people, depending. Again, that's one snapshot of a week, but I think the volume was different and the coverage was different. One of the things that, I learned through this process that I never do, and again, I've been here a long time, but there is a difference in philosophy on how cities and counties prosecute cases in this valley. And it has existed in the entire time I've been here. And it's because they have a different purpose. The county prosecutor's office, what they are looking for at their misdemeanor prosecutors, it is a grind for them to learn to try cases no matter what, and they try a lot of cases because those people that make it through that process for them become felony prosecutors. That's what they want to be. That's their career path for many of them. And many of the county prosecutors, folks, stay for many years, and that's where they go. And they stay there and retire from there. Cities, that's not as common. That is not a career path for most people. It is an entry position for a lot of people. It is the first or second job they have in the legal profession. They want to get trial work. They want to get that level of experience. So they do try cases, but there's also a desire to process because the volume is so high. And so it's just a different mindset. The emphasis is not on just trying everything. So the philosophies are slightly different anyway. They're probably not going to change greatly, but the volume back in 24 probably could have dealt with the coverage and volume at the 5 to 7 level range, give or take. Now, because of the way it's spread out and the volume is gone up a little bit from that time period, Again, the 7 was our view was the minimum needed to make it even functional. And below that, it's probably not very functional. And again, I don't have redundancy. That's, you folks hear that in every aspect of the things we do as a city is redundancy, and I don't have that right yet. That's why we looked at where's the long term going to go, and that's the desire to get there.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
Bill, based on the question that we asked the voters in November of 25, do we have any obligation to expend some of those levy funds January 2nd for prosecutorial services?
Not that I'm aware of, no. No, I mean, I think that if the idea is, again, we're still doing this, the timing has changed because of a lot of other reasons, but we're going to use that money towards that same goal. That's the same commitment, in my opinion, you've made, but you folks have to answer that question better than I can. Legally, no.
And while the number is larger than anticipated, and I'm looking at Todd to, I think, about $400,000 than what we anticipated from the levy and the contract when you combine those two between what's in the budget. That is the difference. And I think that equated to, from what was being planned, one additional person that was added post levy and a truing up of the actual market at this point in time for the positions in order to get to that variation number. So, well, what to say, the money is in the budget. So it is taking the contract with Boise, the funds from the levy that would hit through that. From my perspective, there was one position in community development that we chose to remove from the budget to provide some of, I'm not gonna say it's for it, but we reduced the position down to help accommodate that. The rest of it would be funded by new construction revenue or 3%, wherever you want to attribute that. So that equates to about $300,000-ish into the impact for bringing this forward into the next budget year. Any contract with Boise is using one-time funds, in theory, to continue that service into next year as long as it needs to go, so that we have all the monies assigned to ongoing personnel costs in the budget. So that's how it's set up in the budget. Using round numbers, don't quote me exactly on any of those numbers, but that's relative numbers in my head. That's from where things ended up.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
on the finance, could we have Todd maybe come up and ask him a few more questions on the financial side of some of this? I have a couple of questions.
Hate for you to stay this late and not get to actually talk.
I know,
Oh, geez.
just wanted to make him feel useful. It's 9 o'clock, so I wanted him to come up here. Okay, so I'm not, the levy gives us about 460,000 a year for a prosecution unit, is that about right?
Mr. Mayor, Council, your levy rate yielded $498,000. Call it 500 to make it easy.
All right, 500,000.
498 is what the citizens provided you.
And the city of Boise contract,
852.
852.
So it's 1.35 is the amount of revenue that we worked on from the last time we did this.
Correct. So that's when I originally, and I remember Council Administrator actually was asking a number of questions on this about, do we think the 1.35 is going to be the number? I think at the time we sort of, at least my sense was we felt like we were in the ballpark. I understand that more of a concept. Now we've got a year of doing a little bit more due diligence. So we come back and the number I see for fiscal year 2027 is a little over 2 million, right? So we're 660,000 short. And then we're not filling a community development position. I guess I'm trying to, where we fill the gap is it going to be, how are we filling that gap in the 27? Is it going to be one-time funds for that year? Because as I see it, there's a gap each year. How are we going to close that gap, especially if we're going to be bringing on some new prosecutors? Because my biggest question is timing. I'm as big a proponent of setting up this unit. I think that's a priority for the city I'm just asking myself, what's the right time? Is it time now? Do we follow the save then spend model that we've talked about before, where we're like, hey, let's bank some of this levy money. Maybe we find some other sources and we build up a base budget that makes it easier to then come out with the team that we want. So can you walk me through how we're filling that gap fully this year, and what beyond years, how we think we're going to fill that hole?
Sure. So fiscal 26, again, there is no money in 26. Bill did present a concept of a budget amendment, so that's a different story. So I'll address the 27 budget that the mayor just delivered to you a couple days ago. As the mayor mentioned, he did have to reduce ongoing costs in other aspects of the budget to cover this shortfall that he mentioned.
Are we using any one-time funds to fill our fund balance to fill this gap here? Is it all we've found reductions in other places?
Well, the general fund itself in totality, we did present to you a use of fund balance, I think of $6 million.
Right.
So again, we used the entire budget. So did some of this contribute to that? I think you can make the argument, yes, because it impacted other aspects of the services that we're providing. From a totality of the general fund, we are asking for the use of fund balance to balance the fiscal year 27's budget.
But just to put a finer clarity on that, but we did reduce ongoing revenue, ongoing expenses for ongoing revenue purposes. So we did not say, buy me $400,000 to cover with one time for this purpose.
And then I'm going to dovetail off Councilman Whitlock asked the question, are we required to spend any of the levy money we collected? So we can direct you to say, we're going to keep this money set aside till I'm just assuming if we made the decision to wait a year, that money wouldn't be lost. It would still be used for setting up a prosecution team. It's just a matter of timing. We could say, let's hang on to this 400,000, add it to next year's, start to kind of maybe save then spend sort of philosophy on setting up this unit. Would that be?
Under my understanding, that answer is yes. You have that right during your budget development process to determine how you spend your funds on an annual basis.
One last question, Mr. Mayor, for Todd. So when we originally were developing the business plan for this, it seems like it's, maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, but in my mind, the number we agreed to with the overall levy and the amount set aside for the prosecution unit combined with the Boise contract, we felt like we were close in that ballpark. And now I see more of a detailed plan that seems wildly different by a lot. So are you comfortable with the 2 million is what it is. I mean, I think you guys have scoped it out pretty well. That's the number to set up, bring on 7 prosecutors and then adding, and then the COLAs on top of that when we have those new employees, et cetera, et cetera. We haven't brought on 7 new employees since I've been here, and just for a couple of years. I mean, we're always 1 or 2 and they're always in public works because the enterprise fund pays for them. But now we're looking at 7 attorneys and staff to paying for with general fund money. That's a significant change. So
to answer your question, am I comfortable with the numbers that we're calculating? I'm comfortable with the numbers I'm calculating based on the data I was provided. Again, like you said, if something changed like it did at the Ada County system, oh, we're changing the calendar. Well, then obviously the business case changed, hence why the larger number. We did present to you, 18 months ago, 20 months ago, 1.4 million is what we thought the answer would be. And you as the body said, let's put it out to the citizens. Are you willing to spend or give us $492,000 more a year? i.e. multiply that by 10, $4 million more over 10 years. Are you willing to do that, citizens? And the citizens voted yes. You were comfortable asking the citizens that. Like you said, Doug, now the number's a little bit larger. Now you have to ask the question, is $1.7 million now to answer the question we need to ask the citizens? Robert has presented that in your budget draft. The answer is we now need 1.6 million of ongoing funds to make this plan as it's been discussed today. Not the 1.4, it's now 1.6, 1.7. We just have to now ask the citizens, is that what you want? I think that's a question that you're trying to get. Is that where I want to spend the money today, or do we save up? That's what I'm trying to read into your questions. I apologize.
No, I think that's fair because that's what I'm wondering is the money that we're going to bring in from additional revenue from the levy, we need to be spending that money for setting up a prosecution unit. My question is, do we do it now? Do we do it in a year? Just thinking through that.
Legally, you can do it. You can wait as long as you need. And yes, I can set aside the funds. As Bill stated, that's how we used to always do fire departments. You told me you need a fire department 5 years. I'd go, okay, Brian, I'm going to take $500,000 out of this revenue stream. You're not going to see it. I'm putting it in a special place. I'll do that for 4 years in a row. And then when Brian says, hey, do you have the 2 million available? Yes, sir. I've been saving 500 every single year. Here's the $2 million, open your station. That's how we've traditionally done this. And you can do the same thing. I think that's where you're trying to go is if it's 1.7, can you save 1.7 before you turn the keys on? You have every legal right to do so. Every legal right. You just have to instruct me to hold these monies aside until Brian says, give me the keys. You have every legal right to do that. You also have the legal right to do the way the budget's presented to you today also.
Yeah, and that's what I point that I know we're not here to talk about the budget for next year. But the budget next year does take all this into consideration and calculates that for the budget as presented. The main key point, because it wasn't just for this, it was for other items that were changing as we went through. But the COLA is 2.76 of the employees. That's it's in the budget recommendation. And you could identify that this is where that could come from. You could identify 5 other things that changed in the last 3 weeks of putting together the budget, where those monies would have been maneuvering around. And we still have some things in the budget that we don't know 100% about where those costs will actually come in. That hopefully we'll get those things done before this month on those elements. So everything is a little bit of a moving target.
Yeah.
On these elements.
Make just one last statement. I'm sorry, and I'll let you go. And I'm sorry to. So the reason I'm asking a lot of questions, I know I'm jumping ahead to budget discussion, which we can wait. The reason that's significant, though, is the budget amendment tonight says, let's start now.
I get it.
And that's the question is, do we start now? Because if we think we start now, we pass the budget amendment, we get started. If we're not sure we start now, we should not pass the budget amendment, and we should make sure the plan is right. And we can't have this discussion in the broader budget discussion here in a few weeks. But that's why I think this is important to understand, because in my mind, accepting the budget amendment, we say, go, now we're spending money. Because if we spend this money and then we decide to stop, then what? That's a big question. We spend $271,000, we start buying this stuff, and then Bill says, I can only hire 2 or 3 people. I can't take the workload on. What do we do? Is that okay? In my mind, saying yes to this is saying yes to the overall plan that we're comfortable with it. I'm not sure we're comfortable with it. At least I'm not.
So what about one concept, approving the personnel? Because that's the biggest issue. Until we know about the people, we can know going and buying software and doing that. We can know about TIs, we can know about cars, but the people's the question that is the biggest issue. If we can't get the people, then that's going to delay us more than anything else. I can't advertise for the people without funding. So the question would be, if you were to take out maybe all the one-time costs except for the TI and just authorize the people so we could at least start the process and see what we get, does that bring any interest to the council?
Well, Mr. Mayor, is the budget amendment, what does it have for people? Because my understanding would be we'd need the actual 27 budget to approve actually enough budget authority to say we're going to go out and make some.
For the purpose of this, I think it's only 50,000.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, yeah, there's 2 people for 2 months, basically. So one of the methods that we had discussed early on was hiring that lead support staff and that lead prosecutor to build this team with. So kind of to follow what the mayor said, I mean, if that's the direction you'd like to go, because I agree with what Councilmember Taylor said. I mean, if it would seem foolish to approve the entire budget amendment if you're not still on board with the whole idea. Because then we're gonna go buy software, we're gonna we're gonna redo office spaces. And if we're not gonna do this for another 2 years potentially, well, then that's kind of maybe that's premature. But having the people, I mean, I don't need 7 people, but I would like to have the 2 to get started with this. But again, it's chicken and egg. I mean, if we come October or in June in the budget conversation and you're not comfortable even in October of actually beginning this unit in the next fiscal year, well, then I'm not sure what these 2 people are going to do for a while either. So, I mean, I get it. There's no magic way to do this ideally to match up with the budget unless you just say we want to wait till October or you want us to get started. It's kind of one or the other.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
But Bill, I guess my question to you is going to be like, who would you hire first, right? I would assume the lead prosecutor. But you tell me, who would you hire first to help develop a plan to get this rolling?
So, Councilmember Schroeder, it was always my intention to hire the lead prosecutor first. And then the lead support staff next, because they kind of have to go hand in hand on the way the process works, because prosecutors don't do the support work and the support staff doesn't do prosecution work. So not far behind, but certainly the lead prosecutor would be helpful to hire even the support staff that's going to help support it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, so I personally am not in support of the budget amendment right now. I think getting to the budget is the right time to like have this discussion. To me, this highlights, which this will annoy a couple of my coworkers, but this to me highlights the importance of our long-term financial planning process and why it's important for every department to come and kind of present their future plans so we can understand it, understand the totality of the requests in the city and really get a sense of how to stage these items. I would think actually if we hired a lead prosecutor and maybe one other person at some point in a fiscal year, even if it was a year out from saving the money and then hiring a whole team of prosecutors, that would make sense to me because honestly, there's a huge planning process that needs to happen with standing up this kind of a department. And I would think that the lead prosecutor could easily take, by the way, we all know you put out a rec, it doesn't mean you're hiring somebody overnight. Right. It sure takes time. We may find ourselves like 6 months in to the next fiscal year. We've hired a lead prosecutor. That person has 6 months to meet with the judges, try to develop a transition, see if there's a better mousetrap. And we know where we want to go, but at least we could take a little bit of that time in doing that. I just, with the plan today and the change in the cost structure, like I'm concerned. I'm so excited to review the budget. I have not, I just got it. So I haven't even had a chance yet. So I couldn't really commit to the plan at all at this point until I fully review the budget, but I appreciate having this flagged now. And this to me is like, this is why we have to have these conversations now, like earlier in the year. So we have that understanding. We can work through these things, understand people's various requests, because it's not just a 1-year plan. This is a long-term process that needs to happen. All of these requests have to be staged. Your department, you're meeting our expectations, which is exactly what we asked of you. But then we have other departments that have their own long-term plans, and all of those requests are competing with each other, and they all have to be staged. So that I'm just venting now, so I'll stop. But anyway, you guys all know where I stand on that. But that's my frustration and just why I think this is important. I so appreciate you flagging it. I would not support a budget amendment today. I think it'll be a really great conversation during the budgeting process.
And I'll make it easy, at least before you read to it. This is the only personnel item in the budget. So from, outside of this, it's ongoing operational costs in other areas, but there are no other, you could look at COLA, you could look at any of the other HR related, I just blanked on what they're called reclass stuff, but there's no other positions in the budget that these are competing with, and at least what you will have presented and when you read the book. So that helps you give at least a starting perspective that's where we're looking at in terms of cost structure. Doesn't mean there's not other things that you may not want to see come through in enhancements that have an ongoing cost. But but there are no other people pertaining to the budget. Any other questions for Bill or the team at this time?
Thank you.
So maybe council make a recommendation.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
first, thanks to you and Bill and the team. I get a general sense everybody's trying to do what they think is the right thing, and we all have different priorities about timing and when is the right thing at the right time. I know some of us have probably already read the budget book cover to cover, probably 3 times, you, Councilmember Whitlock. But I, like Councilmember Strader, I've just cracked it open. So to me, it is not about the if, it is about the when. And I think to Councilmember Strader's point, I would feel more comfortable considering this budget amendment, at least following our first and maybe only budget hearing. It would allow me to feel more comfortable about what's being proposed. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, and it's that I hear you, but I want to kind of read it and experience it too. And unless that I'm hearing anything from our legal team that there is a pressing need, we need to do this tonight or next week, which I'm not hearing, I would feel more comfortable. Give me some time to digest the feedback from everybody here this evening, to review the budget book, maybe follow up with some additional questions, and maybe reconsider this on the 23rd after we've had our budget hearing.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Well, first time for everything, Mr. Mayor, first time for everything.
That would at least be my recommendation. I'm not going to go change my speech just for tomorrow, just so we're clear. Because I don't think it matters. So don't think I'm trying to do something unless council says that they want to return the money to the voters and not move forward to the prosecution team. Then I would want to go change my speech if that was the direction I got from tonight. Yeah, Trevor, you can go fix those slides. So council, any objection to that, Todd? That meets our timeline for budget amendments for the year if they still want to bring one forward, correct? If we did that in June 23rd.
We should be okay.
Yeah. And the only person who's not here who this may impact would be Lorelei. So I don't know how it aligns with the TI requests that would want to be, we're trying to take advantage of the expeditious work that the team is doing and get it done through that process. I just don't know where that lies in this conversation.
And Madam Mayor, to address the one-time TIs, again, council, you can direct myself or mayor to overspend the budget. Again, we have the funds available if you need to make that decision even in August. So even if we bypass the timeline that we're required to report to the state, our funding budget, we still have the authority within our own rights to go spend $65,000, make it happen. We have the cash. It's not like we're out of balance of funds. But to answer Mayor, your original question, our due date is June, I think 22nd, I think is what we sent to you. So June 23rd, could we make that work? Just have the budget on that Tuesday. And we'll be able to then meet the state's requirements of timing of reports.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, so your question on the TI and talking to Lorelei, I'm not certain because we're not talking about building walls or doors or anything. We're talking about putting in some security locks and things like that. I'm not sure that we are going to need that with Kreisenbeck. So I don't know that there is really an impact that way. And I do want to say, and I should have started off with this, I truly believe in us having our own prosecution team. I do think that is the right thing. And I think your questions are all valid. It is a timing question. And I think Councilmember Cavanagh said it. It's not an if question, it's really the when. I believe this makes sense. Again, we could all look in our crystal ball and say, well, I wish we'd have done it this way 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but it doesn't matter. Where we are today, we can get us there. It's the timing is challenging, and that's what we're just all trying to navigate, and I understand that. But I believe in doing this. I think we can do it. It's going to take some lift and we're not quite there yet. So on some of it. So wait until the 23rd for more discussion is fine.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I appreciate your flexibility on it because I think we saw that this was naturally dragging us into a discussion of the fiscal year 27 budget. And again, I just restate, I think it's because if we approve the budget amendment, we're saying we're going to move ahead. And I feel like we don't have our arms around this yet.
Right.
So I appreciate that. I'm, aligned with Councilwoman Strader. I don't think I would be comfortable supporting the budget amendment if we voted on it tonight. I do want to contemplate it, think about it, maybe get some more information from staff, put it in the context of the bigger budget, and then think timing. You don't have to change your speech. I don't think there's anyone up here who's going to change their mind about setting up our own prosecution unit. I think that's a priority that we've identified and we know we need to do that. It's just how are we going to do it and do it in a way that is the right way. So anyway, I appreciate the flexibility and I think that's a good idea to wait till the 23rd.
Council, anything, other questions or comments? Yeah, I don't think we have to make a motion to do anything to not take up an item. So with that, anything on our future meeting topics? Besides the ones we heard about UDCs, changes, feedbacks from the team? Or do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton,
make a motion, we adjourn.
motion second adjourn. All in favor, signify by